Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo una mejor mañana que yo. Bienvenidos al casino del Tío Salo. Ahorita vamos a darle, obviamente, un vistazo a todos los precios de absolutamente todo. Y discúlpenme, no puedo pensar completamente bien. Traigo un dolor en el pie que no les puedo explicar. Es como si se hubiera roto en 1000 pedazos. Pero bueno, ahorita les cuento. Vamos a platicar de por qué vamos para arriba otra vez con la bolsa. Y es bastante sencillo. Yo creo que esto es más como para la gente que es nueva acá o que está intentando aprender cómo descifrar cómo se mueven los mercados, por qué, etcétera, fuera de lo que obviamente te cuentan en las noticias o lo que te dicen en la escuela. En mi opinión, es más sencillo de lo que todo el mundo lo hace ver, ¿no? Pero vamos a platicar de ello. Me voy a quitar esto de encima. Güey, he estado haciendo ejercicio, brincando cuerda y le agregué como el doble de lo que hacía y me desperté, ¿qué fue? Creo que fue el lunes, no sé si les conté, y me dolía el pie, cabrón. Y dije, güey, me dormí chueco. Y mientras más usé el pie, más se me bajó el dolor, ¿no? Y dije, esto me ha pasado antes, no hay pedo. Y me puse a entrenar como si no pasara nada. Gran error. Gran error. No les puedo decir, siento que tengo el pie roto en 1000 pedazos y es un tendón que está inflamado adentro, entonces no se ve nada, no está inflamado, no está hinchado, no está nada. El dolor es un nivel, pero ridículo. Ridículo. En fin, ahorita me voy a reventar una pastilla para eso, que no sé dónde estén, entonces tengo que esperar a que Belén se despierte. No sé dónde está nada en la casa, por cierto. Pero bueno, les digo, espero que estén teniendo una gran mañana. Vamos a platicar de por qué vamos para arriba otra vez. Y es un poco sencillo. Obviamente tenemos que separar un poco todo, ¿no? Lo que va a continuar subiendo es lo que ya estaba subiendo. Lo que no va a continuar subiendo es lo que no estaba subiendo. Simplemente es eso. Estamos siguiendo estos ciclos de 4 años como siempre. Y normalmente estos ciclos de 4 años en los que de liquidez en los mercados siguen un patrón bastante sencillo. El patrón bastante sencillo es fácil de ver. Caída a principio de año, recuperación a verano, tantita caída en verano, recuperación un poco más a fin de año, caída a fin de año y recuperación para después continuar para adelante. ¿Por qué pasa así? Son años de elecciones. Y cuando son años de elecciones en Estados Unidos, usan las noticias para poder espantarte, pero al mismo tiempo te están dando el anzuelo. Normalmente lo que quieres ver es dónde está el anzuelo, cuál es la zanahoria enfrente de nosotros, cuál es la motivación del mercado para subir o bajar. Y ahorita la motivación del mercado para subir, y una vez más, se está comportando idéntico que todos estos ciclos. Una vez más, la motivación para subir del mercado en este momento es sencilla. Hay elecciones. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que van a hacer para las elecciones? Vamos a decirle a todo el mundo lo bien que todo está, ¿no? Quieras o no. Entonces, en lo que son las elecciones, vamos a tener esta recuperación en todo lo que había bajado. Y ahí, acabando las elecciones, normalmente es cuando tienes el momento, cuando te la dejan caer, ¿no? El famoso compra el rumor y vende la noticia. Tu paco favorito es, güey, compra lo que les estén mintiendo con y luego vende porque nadie se acuerda de nada. Y es básicamente eso. En Bitcoin y en cripto estamos viendo algo bastante extraño en este momento, que me hace pensar un poco más en diferentes escenarios. Ustedes saben que yo estoy volteando solamente a ver el mercado de cripto y quiero posicionarme solo en él, simplemente por lo que viene en la nueva fase del nuevo sistema monetario. Y a ver, igual y me sale bien mi jugada, ¿no? Una vez más, solamente se los cuento para ver cómo nos va. Pero la idea es sencilla. Si vas a tokenizar todo el dólar y lo vas y también toda su deuda, es a lo que le voy a apostar en este nuevo ciclo de liquidez, llamémoslo, ¿no? Y también si lo vas a hacer, tienes que tener un incentivo, porque recuerda, la gente normalmente te cuenta que cuando va a pasar, cuando te van a dar dinero o algo así, te lo van a dar con miedo y la chingada. Lo único que tienen que hacer es hacerte completamente avaricioso. Tienes que cambiar tu forma de ver las cosas y ser completamente avaro. Y es la razón por la que Bitcoin fue un éxito completo y también cripto. Porque, güey, viste a la persona más pendeja del planeta hacerse rica enfrente de tus ojos, ¿no? Cuando compró Bitcoin en 20 centavos y luego lo vendió en $60,000, que ganó un chingo de dinero. Eso es la motivación que te dan. Entonces, ahorita para nosotros entrar en este mundo de blockchain, lo único que tienen que hacer es simplemente crear euforia en el mercado, que es cuando tu mamá te habla y te dice, oye, debería de comprar Bitcoin, Raulito. Tú sí, mamá, deberíamos de comprar Bitcoin ahorita que está en $120,000. Por supuesto que sí. No, Necesitamos ese tipo de euforia. No hemos tenido ese tipo de euforia y le tendieron a la gente en cripto una trampa bastante buena, al igual que a la gente de la bolsa. Y lo que hemos estado viendo con el mercado, estos grandes subidas, con unas grandes caídas, con unas grandes recuperaciones, eventualmente se va a convertir en una caída que no se recupera por un rato más de lo normal, digamos 2 años. Y eso lo tenemos que seguir viendo paso a paso. Es imposible decirles cómo van a hacer esto. Que ustedes crean o que ustedes les digan que una recesión es lo que va a cargarse a todo. No, es el que ellos quieran que sepas que estás en una recesión. Porque la recesión ya la tenemos desde hace un rato, tío. No es normal que a nadie le alcance para nada. Esto que les están diciendo a todos ustedes, y lo pueden ver en las noticias, ¿no? O en X o en cosas así donde ya le están diciendo a todos ustedes que nunca van a poder comprar una casa. La gente joven nunca va a poder comprar una casa, no va a poder tener ahorros suficientes para comprarla porque ya viven en un nuevo paradigma. Eso no es cierto, esto es una recesión. Esto es una recesión, tíos. Punto. Es así como se siente. Nada más que hasta que ellos no te den permiso de entenderlo, eso se ve como el loco de la esquina me está diciendo que hay una recesión, pero yo no la veo. Simplemente no me alcanza para nada, no puedo vivir bien, tengo ansiedad porque nadie tiene dinero. Aunque esté empleado, no me alcanza y ni me da ni me rinde el dinero para nada. Eso es literalmente una recesión. No es un nuevo paradigma donde todo esto está ocurriendo así. ¿Por qué? Porque cada cierta cantidad de tiempo tienen que hacerte pensar que todo está bien, para que la gente no se vuelva loca en contra de la gente en poder. Entonces, simplemente entendiendo cómo funciona nuestra cabeza, tienes que comprender que esto es cómo se mueve todo esto. Y no tiene nada que ver con la recesión. La recesión es cuando ellos te quieran decir, güey, ¿sabes qué? La neta hemos estado en una recesión por 2 años. Y una vez más, eso ocurrió en el 2008 y nadie lo creía, tíos. Nadie lo creía. En el 2008 ocurre una gran recesión, es obvia de a madre y si le decías a alguien que estás en una recesión, te decían, no es cierto. O sea, hay literalmente shows de televisión que se burlaban de eso. Entonces, se pueden imaginar, ¿no? En la que estamos en este momento y no lo quieren, no lo van a admitir cuando ellos quieran y es como juega esto, ¿no? Y ahora, ahí es cuando ellos te tiran la bolsa. Y cuando te van a tirar la bolsa rico, tienes que ver, Microsoft en un día va a bajar 10, 15%. Google lo mismo. Todas las empresas más grandes del planeta es cuando se dan un bajón, un tostón grande. Es un poco lo que pasó con cripto y esto se los conté en el video pasado, donde en octubre 10 tuvimos esa gran caída de todo y luego una recuperación y nadie te dijo por qué. Le echaron la culpa a Binance y no sé qué, pero nadie te dijo por qué. Porque así es como empieza. En el 2022 también empezaron así después de que Nayib Bukele anunció que compró Bitcoin en El Salvador y todo el mundo sabía que ahora, porque no es parte de la narrativa, y ahora todo el mundo estaba de, güey, a huevo, Bitcoin, El Salvador lo está comprando, países lo van a comprar, pito. Me acuerdo que fue por ahí de mi cumpleaños en diciembre, no me acuerdo si fue el 5 o el 9, si fue antes o después, que hubo una mega caída, una gran recuperación y todo el mundo seguía diciendo, vamos a seguir comprando el dip. Es lo que cuando veamos eso en la bolsa es cuando vamos a decir, sabes que este pedo va para abajo, están intentando hacer pensar a todo el mundo que deberías de comprar el dip ahora sí y no va a ser, ¿ok? Pero por ahora podemos esperar el mismo movimiento porque literalmente tiene el mismo tipo de psicología este año, que es, vienen las elecciones, todo el mundo sabe que vienen las elecciones, todo va a estar bien, después de las elecciones te dan el rebotazo para abajo, ya cuando todo se ve bien, y de ahí todo se va de lado y luego se recupera. Lo que vamos a querer ver es las noticias y cómo nos están vendiendo este tipo de cosas en ese momento. Es la manera más sencilla de poder entenderlo y también ver la euforia en los mercados. Lo vieron cuando Bitcoin estaba en $82,000, como decía todo el mundo, no puede bajar esto, ya chingamos el superciclo, la verga. Simplemente es ver eso, ese tipo de señales. Entonces, ¿por qué vamos para arriba otra vez? Simplemente porque es cíclico, simplemente porque hay un anzuelo adelante puesto para todos nosotros en los mercados. Ese anzuelo literalmente son las elecciones de medio año y ese es el midterms, no, de medio mandato. Y esas elecciones de medio mandato normalmente tienen el mismo tipo de efecto donde todo el mundo hace que todo suba, todo el mundo se confía por alguna razón y a fin de año te tiran la bolsa, todo el mundo se espanta y después vuelve a recuperarse. Entonces, vamos por ahora a seguir eso. En cripto, en Bitcoin, se me hace muy interesante que cerramos de la verga todas las velas de 6 meses, 3 meses, todo mensual. y bajamos a 57,000 y luego rebotó. Se los digo, yo tengo de aquí al fin de semana, si esto no cae, nos vamos a ir del lado de aquí a fin de año y a fin de año podríamos ver, ¿va a caer esto o no? Y obviamente, si hay un momento de euforia entre ahorita y ese entonces, sería cuestión de si quieres vender ese momento de euforia para esperar a que vuelva a bajar el precio. Yo personalmente creo que si hay un momento de euforia entre ahora y fin de año, vamos a tener el rebajón. Entonces, ahí probablemente es cuando yo busque deshacerme de mis posiciones, una vez más jugándole al verga, aunque me pueda perder el rally, ¿eh? Va a tener un riesgo eso y obviamente eso es parte de lo que yo hago y lo que estoy dispuesto a hacer con mi dinero. Entonces voy a estar pendiente de esto. Pero yo creo que la forma más fácil de hacer eso es simplemente entendiendo que el dólar no ha tenido su momento todavía. Y normalmente ese momento del dólar es cuando nos carga a todos el payaso, mínimo tantito. Y lo he dicho 1000 veces, ¿no? El dólar está en una tendencia alcista, definitivamente, por más que la gente te diga que no. Lleva ya un rato en ella misma. Aquí está. Ok. Lleva un rato en una tendencia alcista, está por encima del S&P 200 en la trimestral y lleva una, dos, tres, cuatro, una vela anual, dos velas de 6 meses, cuatro velas, y ahora esta también es verde. Una vez que nos llevemos los 102 va a explotar a la alza. Y esto es lo que vamos a tener que estar pendientes de. ¿Qué tan fuerte y qué tanto va a afectar esto a todo? ¿Ok? Que al principio debería ser un buen efecto culerísimo en la bolsa y en cripto, y después debería ser un efecto positivo, como lo vimos en el pasado, básicamente en esta zona de acá, cuando llegamos a los 164. Esto fue después de la gran caída del dólar, cuando lo reventamos en inflación, y esto fue cuando todo el mundo compró dólares y se fue para arriba junto con la economía de Estados Unidos hasta 1985, para que lo tengan en mente. Algo así es lo que yo estaría esperando para esto. Y una vez más, que el dólar suba todo esto no va a tener un efecto negativo en general total. Aunque si Elon Musk saca los coches que se manejan solos y empezamos a ver eso, puede que entonces esto sea el equivalente a nuestra gran depresión. Podría ser, pero no lo creo. Yo creo que lo que vamos a tener es crecimiento como lo tuvimos acá y vamos a continuar para adelante. Vientos. Con eso he dicho y puesto. También, si quieren aprender cómo leer tablas, tíos, que se los recomiendo de corazón, caigan a nuestro Discord, es completamente gratis. Ahorita el buen Alex está mandándoles señales a todos ustedes para unos buenos cortos. Lo tienen acá. Es cuando debería de caer. Aquí lo tienen, todo lo que está poniendo. Parham les había mandado otro también. Y yo les había dejado el de MicroStrategy. Ahora, también volteen a ver a Circle, dónde está hoy, todos ustedes. Vean que la gran mayoría de personas que están en cripto en este momento están diciendo que Circle se va a cero porque BlackRock y todos ellos van a sacar una moneda estable juntos. Esto prueba que nadie entiende lo que están hablando de monedas estables. Nadie comprende absolutamente nada de lo que es el Genius Act. Nadie. Por más que hablen y crean que no lo entienden. Entonces, para mí, malas noticias son buenas noticias, ya lo saben. Entonces, simplemente mantengan un ojo ahí bien pelado. Unirse a nuestro Discord es completamente gratis, tíos. Y también, por si están leyendo todo lo que dice Alex, todas las cosas que pone acá, estas son las abreviaturas que usa, abreviaciones más bien, ¿no? Que usa y el slang para que lo tengan presente en criptolingo, porque muchos se preguntan qué está diciendo. Y ahora, si va más allá tu pregunta de qué está diciendo y quieres entender más qué es un SFP, qué es un alta temporalidad, baja temporalidad, etcétera, vénganse para acá a nuestro sitio web, que también está en el enlace aquí abajo, para que lo puedan ver. Y tenemos un curso que es para principiantes para que aprendan TA. No me interesa que se vuelvan traders para nada. Lo que más me interesa es que aprendan ustedes a leer una tabla normal para que, güey, cuando Paco te diga que el dólar está cayendo y lleva un año subiendo, no caigas en esas pendejadas. Yo creo que es lo único que le pediría al mundo que de verdad aprenda, porque es ridículo cómo le pueden ver la cara de pendejo a alguien que fue a la escuela a estudiar todo esto, ¿no? Y que no puede ver una tabla, no sabe leer una tabla básica. Entonces, no caigas en estas tonterías. Aquí es donde están todas las oportunidades, porque normalmente cuando te están mintiendo de algo, ahí se esconde el otro lado de la moneda, ¿no? El otro lado del trade. Entonces, por $29.99 vas a aprender eso y luego ven a nuestras clases en nuestros en vivos que son completamente gratis 3 veces a la semana y con eso deberías de aprender. Y si quieres aprender más, tenemos acá todo lo de las sesiones de trading en vivo. Tenemos una clase, 2 clases al mes, exclusivamente para los miembros de este paquete, donde contestamos todas sus preguntas de trading. Tienen también 43 clases ya grabadas ahí, 40, creo que sí son 43. De 4 a son más de 150 horas de preguntas y respuestas, por si las quieren ver también. Incluye el curso e incluye otros videos que te explican cosas como cómo usar apalancamiento, etcétera, para que las tengan ahí. Ahorita vamos a regalar los $3,000 de Bitunix, como siempre. Tenemos simplemente que esperar a que el sorteo se active. Entonces, para cuando yo les dé el análisis de Bitcoin, probablemente ya lo tengamos. Y para todos ustedes que ya saben lo que están haciendo y quieren aprender cómo tradear usando los exchanges de futuros como nosotros, cáiganle aquí a cómo tradear en Bitunix. Bitunix también tiene acciones, tiene todo tokenizadas, para que si quieres comprar Google, Amazon y todo eso. Y mucha gente pregunta, pero es que, güey, yo vivo en Estados Unidos, no lo puedo ver. Hay mucha gente que usa VPNs. No estoy recomendando eso, pero es lo que están haciendo. Y aquí tienes el enlace para participar, simplemente picándole. Con eso te registras y ya estás participando en estos giveaways que estamos dando de $9,000 a la semana en USDT para que uses para tradear mi hermano de Cristo. Así que, sin más ni más, vamos para adelante. Vamos a empezar a ver los precios. Vamos a ver cómo va los Bitcoin y a ver si ya es el mercado bajista, el mercado alcista o el mercado ladista. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, cabrones. I'm going to start off by saying de nada to the Mexicanos because I delivered another win.
Thank you. Thank you. Can't say thank you enough. How are you, Alex?
Doing pretty good. Just enjoying these markets. And now we're finally in July, so I'm even more hyped.
Let's see. What a piece of shit. This thing went to 57,000 and then just bounced back. Like, it's... Why don't you just jump? Why don't you just dump? Why don't you just dump?
Yeah, honestly. Like, finally give us just some follow-through. Come on, Bitcoin. But really, I mean, in my opinion, it's just playing out what it likes to do. Move down, retest the channel before the leg down. Basically, if correct, at the last kind of zone here for bulls to really pick up before we do end up going down. Now, last stream was Monday. We were talking about this channel, very simple, just showing kind of a tight range and the idea that volatility is going to come soon, gauging breakdowns or breakouts just, via a tight range that often gives you a breakout or breakdown. Now, we identified that breaking in about July 1st, beginning of July. We actually got the breakdown June 30th, and this is still in breakdown. We were really gauging on the Discord yesterday actually for this move up, which did actually happen quite aggressively. And remember, there's not going to be a big move up as long as we're under 60,700. What looks to be here now is a lower high, lower low. We're now producing a shallow lower high in the beginning of the month, playing right into bear's hands, which is I'm unsure that we're just going to go up from here before we go down to 49,000. Honestly, that's the big question now. Are we going to move up first or move down first? Because you're absolutely right. We did make a new low, but it just barely got it down before springing back up. But with this analysis and perspective, at least we can say, well, it's still producing somewhat of a bearish retest, something we actually saw over in June, right before the big breakdown, and we got very near the channel here at 63.5, simply rejected the daily 9 before moving down. So that is the setup, the perspective literally today. This is what bulls and bears are watching. Breakdown. Are we going to actually not take out 60,700, produce the next lower high in this region before capitulating, actually taking out 50K? If you notice here, we've just been we've been flirting with her. We've been flirting with 50K, 59,000 essentially. You can just see the wick lows, wick lows, wick lows, wick lows. They're all getting bought up. This is the first time you've actually really closed under. Let me actually accurately draw this. Actually closed under that June low here. Remember that June low was really the low you start to make after the daily SMA 200 capitulation and also lower low. So for me now, we're watching 59,000, we're watching 60,000 very carefully. Remember, we're just visually showing the fact that this has been a bounce zone. We've dumped through it. We are in breakdown. We need to be watching very carefully your daily 5 and 9. Specifically, your daily 9, though, I think will be the easy perspective just based on the fact that the daily silver cross is literally still working. Like you literally made a new low almost on this daily EMA9 retest. Something, again, we were talking heavily about on Monday. And you can see we actually did end up making another 5% move. Pretty insane, actually. So yes, we are bouncing. We're needing to watch 59,500, 60,100. In all honesty, I am looking for Bitcoin to actually dump really hard and really close this week on a major red dildo candle. Now, if we did end up bouncing, though, it's perfectly okay. We'll know that by the daily 9 getting reclaimed. And that's better yet, 60,700. Slingshot you up to 62.2. The 21 has been the big spot of rejection in this at least downtrend on the daily. And so that's just going to line up beautifully with your weekly SMA 200 retest. No matter you look at it on a daily or even a weekly, Bitcoin is bearish. And this is looking quite bearish. And it says here, just even the most hopium scenario would be, okay, yeah, you rally up 8%, you massively reject SMA 200 on weekly, and then you move down to 49K. So not really the most hopium scenario. Still results into a leg down. It doesn't really matter what happens really here for bulls. It does not matter. Anything here doesn't matter. It's all about getting back above the weekly SMA 200. So meaning you can literally move all the way up to that point, still reject and roll over. So that's why when we start seeing these daily setups, we need to be actually paying attention carefully. And really, I mean, this still is in retest posturing, and you haven't retested it quite yet to like what I wanted to see yesterday. I want to see a retest of 59.6 to maybe 60,200. And then if we don't stop from there, like we just keep moving up, all right, yeah, maybe we are just doing the typical lower high lower high scenario or trend shifting here. Because remember, the daily lower high was made on June 29th. So now we have an easy gauge of risk, and we can really start knowing if this is going to start moving up a little bit more. Now understand, this still most likely means the weekly SMA 200 rejects, and this just starts producing a higher low. If, let's say, we do end up taking out June 29th's wick high, that would daily trend shift and be the start of something potentially for bulls. But that's not what's happening. So I just want everyone to be aware of that. We even posted a Discord short for free this today, and that's just for everyone who wants to play. Risk to reward is insane on this one, and so in my opinion, it's basically a free trade. You're literally barely losing even like half a point on that. So something to watch if you're on the Discord. And this is just playing right into what we wanted on Extreme Monday. Consolidation, breakdown. You'll get one more short opportunity in the beginning of July before we break down. And to me, that literally looks like what is possibly happening at this current point. So I just have to stand on the fact that this is still a retest, and we should still be looking for a short, even despite the fact that the daily here is putting in a nice hammerhead green dildo. Any move up has just been a trap for bulls. This was a trap for bulls before new lows. Here was a trap for bulls before new lows. Here was a trap for bulls before new lows. Trap on bulls, trap on bulls. This green dildo was a trap, sold down. This green dildo ended up being a trap and got a retest. Okay, cool. But then you just went to the 21. So you can just see these moves up aren't sustained at all. And even the most recent one, what was it? It was Friday. We had a nice bounce on the Friday. 60,700 didn't ever get reclaimed. And then we started to move back down. I'm really all for being a bull once we get into this region here. I do think the dump will stop at that point. Talking about bi-weekly, I won't go into really the silver cross meanings and all that. You can go to the last stream and watch that. But what we know is bi-weekly has a silver cross. In summary, each time other than 2018, we've been given a silver cross to the downside. Bitcoin has resulted into at least over 20% moves down. And so what we'll be viewing now is, okay, let's see the silver cross. Okay, and let's just measure the move. We've gone down 11%. The full length would take you down to 49,000. And something that we're hearing not many bulls talk about is That the bull moon that ended up really being a failure, in my opinion. This was a failure. We're down about 4-5% from wick low. Generally, failure setups give you about 8%. So you are halfway there on that failure move from that bull moon we had on, what was it, Monday? So something to just know. It's just like here, the failed bull moon in June started the leg down on Bitcoin. No, I wouldn't be a contrarian on the bull moon setups because they do work, but this is looking like a failure. So this is looking more like what occurred in June. So just more points on why this still is in bear control. Okay, let's take the witch chart off. I don't need to look at that stuff anymore. We understand biweeklies and silver cross. And that's interesting because the biweekly 9 is actually at 69,000 essentially. It's at 70,000, but it is shifting down. So yeah, I won't get too far into the biweekly though, because it's kind of a rabbit hole for me sometimes. Now we are still getting the biweekly contraction. And really, I will say this bear market, the biweekly has kind of been our friend. It's just been an easy identifier, like keeping us in check here, keeping us in check here. And now it's guiding our bias on a TP zone lower. Okay, so we can keep going now. Monthly, why not? Monthly too, we just finally got the new monthly close. And actually, I forgot about that up until this point. That's very important, actually. So, now we're into July. We got a brand new monthly close. And you do see that the target is still telling you 48,100. Now, I know we're in an awkward spot just per this monthly, but what am I doing? Well, what I'm doing now is I'm actually drawing a meme line here. I'm drawing a meme line here, and I'm looking for any move up to validate my retest idea on the daily. That's at 60,100. Basically, it's your daily 9 to maybe retest February's low, flip that to resistance. You draw a meme line from February's low, and let's just do that real fast and make it all the way expand. There's not many times where we've gotten monthlies under this low here. And before it was this low, it were these lows here. Look at this move up in 2024. Look at the consolidation. You only ever lost it here back in August 2024, which did result into a mega move down. Now you got a girthy red dildo, but you haven't gotten a mega move down upon losing this zone. Even on the reclaim, upon current market price, you still went down about 11%. That's 52,700. Why am I mentioning this? Because deviating this zone here was really a big spot after the 69,000 rejection. What I observed yesterday essentially was, yeah, this is a bad monthly candle closure. Like it's very sneaky, but you're in a bad spot per the chart, which is rejections in this zone are shallow. Rejections are shallow and we don't reclaim. Are we seeing that? Here was a very shallow rejection. Open 56.8. High 59.1. Dump. Open. Where is it? Oh, 57.8. The high 59.6. Dump. And these dumps are like insanely dramatic. Had you just been watching this one spot and shorted wife-changing money, and here also would be a wife-changing money trade. We're talking in 1 month. The only time we haven't really sustained closures was here in 2024. But like I mentioned, that still gave you 11% bounce before the reclaim. And then on the flip end, right? The flip end, this is what started the next major leg up. So you just take the opposite setup, a reclaim, a retest, made you move up. And even here, if you see it reclaimed, moved up, was somewhat of a failure, but still went up 24%. So I find that all very interesting. I'm not going to keep this meme line here. I just visually am keeping note about the fact that this could just be an SR of February's low, which lines up perfectly with the range opening up back in 2021, which is literally what is the criteria that needs to reject price to go down to 49s. So this monthly is looking promising for me in the fact that we are breaking down. And even if we move up, okay, monthly slip green, you're probably going to get many people talking about the fact that the monthly candle looks insane, totally negating the fact that we still have 30 days. And this just simply puts in the retest that we've seen before, very shallow retest into the 59,000s, upper 59,000s before dumping. Now, you absolutely could move up. Look at this rejection at 65 before coming all the way down. But again, that's where 60,700 will be your friend. What I'm offering you now is just another perspective, another meme line, and the fact that this monthly is still giving you confidence that Bitcoin is most likely fucked, and we're probably going to move down another 20% from here. And the only way to really avert that is get a reclaim into this month. Let's get back above that 60,000. And let's really start reclaiming weekly SMA 200. All right, that's when we possibly are going to go all the way up to 69,000 again. Honestly, we'll most likely form another monthly lower high, and we'll just simply play what occurred here when everyone got bullish on a monthly lower high. It'll just be the same thing. And it'll be funny if it rejects the monthly 9 again. Something that's been rejecting since it lost in November. So all this year we've been rejecting your monthly 9, monthly 9, monthly 9, and these have been producing your lower highs. How easy. So not a good sign for the Bitcoin bulls, I will say. It's looking pretty damning, and then that puts into question any daily green dildo. Is this just a massive short opportunity? And that is something we need to be watching, because I do believe we have just a few more days left before making the low. And this should be the most aggressive in all of the lows. We should just aggressively dump. Now, again, I'll say that's either going to come from here or weekly SMA 200, but I do see a dump nevertheless. So let's keep going. Let's see if we have anything else we're talking about. Let's check that 5-day. 5 days in no man's land. 6 months. We can talk about that now. Terrible chart. What do you gather from this 6 month? Well, you have block 3000 confluence of that weekly SMA 200 being a good place to short based on the 6 month EMA 9. Last time you lost the 6 month EMA 9, I will mention that you went up to the 5 and the 9, but it's still rejected. And interesting that, okay, that's interesting. So upon losing the 6 month 9, Bitcoin put in its bottom. Let's see here. Upon losing the 6 month 9, Bitcoin put in its bottom. Interesting. Okay, and then it formed its bottom on the 6 month 9 in 2015. So I guess you could just, well, no, the 5. No, I guess you could argue then anytime it loses its 5. But what I'm saying, which is more, which I guess actually is still relevant because you just lost the 5 2 year, is again, this perspective is just still telling me we're very close to a bottom. We're in a market dynamic that we haven't really seen before. Yet, if we end up closing the 6 month red, that was something we've never seen. Notice you've only really had 2 ever 6 month candles, which ends up losing the 9, rejecting, and then getting reclaimed. Other than here, I suppose. But still, you rejected the 5 and held the 9. Interesting. Here is the only time you had 3 red 6 month candles. What I'm looking at is, okay, this has finally lost the 9, but we're producing maybe 3. We're not sure. That's an assumption. But anytime we do end up losing the 9, we do end up forming a bottom the next 6 months and then going up. So that still, at least in my brain, gives me confluence of 2027 being confirmed bottom already in. But that doesn't mean we can't go up to 62 to reject. And then even move down to this 21 or near it. That's at $43,000. Something to note on the yearly is we're watching very carefully how this 6 months develops. We want to see if we're actually going to, for the first time ever, produce 2 yearly red candles in Bitcoin's history. Let's go to CME before we say that. I'm unsure. Okay, so I'm glad I went to CME because CME actually had that. But on the index, it did not. So something to note there. Now, the yearly is potentially losing the 5. And you can see that the yearlies actually like to make bottoms on the 9. Now that I see that, like the yearly likes to bottom here, here, here. Where is that yearly 9? That's at 48,700, confluence of our 49,000 TP. But then also the fact that most likely the 40s become somewhat of a bottom. Yearly higher high, yearly higher low, most likely is produced near the yearly 9. Can be just that simple. From yearly 9 to the all-time high, and I'll actually measure that a little better. It's about 62%. I'm just curious. It was 77%. Okay. So yeah, in all honesty, I'm watching really for a move up on Bitcoin. I want to see it retest at least right into this channel we have here. And that would mean a retest of 59.7, maybe up to 60,200. If you reclaim the daily 9 and actually take out June 29th's wick high, okay, shorts are probably stopping here. We're probably going to squeeze up to the 62.2, maybe a little higher. Understand that what happened last time the quarterly retested, we dumped. Let's just quickly show that. Quarterly retested. Let me actually show that. And we dumped. We did slightly go a little higher, but we did massively dump. So that is something to note. And the quarterly 21 is now lost, giving you confluence of the $49,000 target. Look what happened last time. Quarterly 21 was lost. You rallied up, rejected, and found your way down to the 34 where that was a bottom. That gives you confluence of what I just showed on like that 6-month chart, which shows, okay, the 6-month 9 is lost. Every time we've seen that really has just been close to a bottom. That has to give me confluence of a bottom. I don't think he'll go directly on the 21, but I think he'll go near it in the 40s. So July does look like kind of the end of the bear market, and we could just end up hitting the 40s and then massively bottoming out. And that doesn't mean we're going to do this. A lot of people hear that and they think this. It just probably means we're going to do this. Maybe then the yearly won't close another red candle on the index because that'll be different. 2 red candles on the and 2 red dildos on the index on the yearly. And we actually just kind of consolidate a bit into next year, into 2027, where then that's where we could start moving up. This also though negates any kind of lower high, another lower low. You're just consolidating, and then you get the spring up, your trend shift, and then you higher low, and then you move up into all of 2027. I'm not against that. And you do have legitimate things now showing like kind of the temporality, especially like my brain's in like really deciphering this 6-month as making sense. Like we are close to a bottom just based on the 6-month. Lost the 9, bottomed, lost the 9, bottomed, lost the 9. Are we going to bottom here now in the next 6 months? And that was already something we've been gauging. But for me, I'm really looking for that bottom, that bear market low to be put in within, well, let's check, 4 days. So 4 days. So, and you really can't tell me this doesn't look like it has the momentum to absolutely Glock 3000 move down. Because it most certainly does. And remember, we're just going to use this low, look at the 60,000s, look at it on the daily. Okay, cool. So hopefully that makes sense on Bitcoin. I do still see a very straightforward market. And if you're on ETA's Discord, do play the short I'm giving out. I'm playing that myself. And if you're on ETA's trading alerts, we do have a short firing off in this region as well. Which, already printed a new low on Bitcoin, just to put it in perspective. Or just a little more stingy on this TP at 49,000. But if you caught that short at 60,700, you did print a nice 5% so far. So let's keep going now. I think we understand Bitcoin. Monthly looks absolutely horrendous. Daily silver cross is going to mute any big move up. along with your weekly SMA 200 being a Glock 3000 opportunity zone in confluence with your 6-month EMA 9, along with your monthly retest here, which we identified has been pretty shallow back in 2021. I mean, remember, you're opening around 56, 57, you're rallying up to 59s, and then you're capitulating. So let's really understand that that is what could occur actually in what we're seeing now. Conservative shorting is not going to work. People who are waiting for this retest might not get it. I'm not sure still. And that's kind of always going to be my big I'm unsure. But I am playing the levels and what the market's giving. And it would be funny if we just did this. So watch your daily 9. At least that'll guide you. And now I'm actually done on Bitcoin. Let's see here. I think Coinbase just filled our short. So beautiful. So this is giving me confluence to that perhaps Bitcoin is finding somewhat of a top here, just based on Coinbase. We always knew it was going to retest here, and so now it is. Again, if you're on ETA, this has now filled our Coinbase short. So there's that too for you. Wow, damn, strategy at 95. Seems like everything opened massively up, which is good. That's good. But let's watch the daily 9 on strategy as well. So let's go to tether dominance now. I think tether dominance is going to be good because it's still, in my opinion, looking like it wants continuation here. But let's look at the monthly because that's an important time frame. And actually, look, we got the continuation pattern on the monthly, closing above this wick high, and just most importantly, this previous wick high. Typical continuation. Now, are we going to continue on a shallow February 1st wick high retest? Possibly, yeah. Actually, that just lines up with Bitcoin retesting February 1st wick low, which lines up with everything I mentioned on 2021's market cycle kind of environment. Tether dominance is doing the same exact thing. Now, if we don't and we end up just moving up, perfectly okay. That equates to a 62.2 Bitcoin. And we're actually just going to get a monthly retest at 8.559%. You can see there that there's literally nothing wrong with that. You have aggressive traders betting on this, bouncing, and you have conservative traders saying, no, we're going to wait for the weekly SMA 200 retest and really wait for tether dominance to do a monthly retest. Something it's never, ever been able to do, which is hold monthlies above 8.567%. So if it can't actually hold into July and move up and form a new high, that'll be the part where this market cycle is different. That's the shift. Now, I still stand on the idea that once you actually make a new all-time high on tether dominance, you're going to aggressively drop. And look at that. Did Bitcoin not just make a new lower low yesterday? And are we green today? So that dynamic is literally still playing out on Bitcoin. Why wouldn't it do that on like a higher time frame perspective on like tether dominance? Higher high, and this higher high is like significant. We're talking about another like 10% up from the higher high before rejecting and moving down. Now remember, we have actual setups here. These aren't just like my illusions talking. Like, look at this monthly setup telling you statistically you're going to move up to 11%. It's even higher than what I have here. And then we can even throw on that weekly. Weekly is literally in a breakout. You're retesting. Keep fully in mind the last previous weeks were just pressing the 38.2%, where you actually got the breakout last week and now you're retesting it. Again, playing into the idea, perhaps, yeah, February's wick high is going to hold as support. And what we're seeing now is a nice short opportunity on Bitcoin. But regardless, look at what occurs when you break the 50%. You'll move up to the 9.95%. Break that, you move up to 12%. And I believe the biweekly was even nicer. Biweekly median is still staying underpriced. So that is what we're going to be watching in 4 days. This is why I need to start seeing a nice girthy green dildo here. But you do have a target up upon breaking the median of going up to around 11%. So if you do start closing above 9.15%, you'll move up to 11%. It's 3 things we've seen showing 11%. I don't have that even. I have 10.5. So yeah, pretty insane stuff. But just shows the fact that we absolutely could go higher on tether dominance. It's just more a matter of, again, are we going to go to 62.2 or are we not? Is this going to retest the monthly retest zone, or is it not? Now, why am I not that conservative on retests and, being more like patient with maybe 62 being hit? And that's just based on the idea that this monthly volatility setup is very mature now, and it is at the lowest read ever. You really do have to be looking at these volatility setups to take hold and action. And we've only seen on the index, like, I believe only 1 month of confirmation. Yeah, 1 month of true confirmation, #June. So why would it just stop here? Even on the failure setup here, this went up to 50 something percent, 55%. So why would we stop at 30% monthly volatility? Now let's look at CME. It has a little different perspective where you're pressing 52% already. But still, I mean, why would we stop? And really, we're hanging onto the cliffside edge, hitting the 61.8. Look at the next zone at the 78.6. That is at 46,000 Bitcoin. So tether dominance to you is really looking interesting, and you're simply watching, really watching carefully to see if you're going to actually hold 9% or not. Just like you're going to be watching carefully to see if Bitcoin, now the retest is done. I will officially tell everyone that now. So the retest is done. This is where my short idea activates. So again, does February wick high hold for tether dominance, just like it rejects on Bitcoin? We'll know today. And that'll at least kind of guide us on, maybe that'll give us more data to know if we are going to actually do the monthly retest at 8.567%, and then maybe actually move up to 62.2, retesting your 6-month EMA 9, weekly SMA 200. Now let's go to tether dominance weekly. Again, this is the bounce zone. All eyes on this 38.2% retest. Still, HBDR is saying this is more likely, and this was your just higher low. Okay, so we have another weekly candle closure. No, we actually got a weekly candle closure under SMA, under the EMA 100. My apologies. And that's kind of been our like big spot here on Bitcoin dominance. As long as you are under weekly EMA 100 and consecutively closing weeklies under it, you are just going to capitulate down to that 57.4%. Weekly volatility isn't giving you a setup anymore. It was contracting, but you're breaking above the moving average while you're in breakdown. Just showing that volatility is kind of, a little hot here. Now let's check that monthly, because again, that's what's different. And so the monthly did lose to 21. This has been the last spot you've been holding for quite a while now. A lot of chopper on the monthly 21. This says that you could easily rally up to 58.8% and then start rejecting down towards 57%. I correlate that to a 62.2 retest on Bitcoin, basically. Nothing bullish about this, though. You just closed under February's low, so it's not very bullish. Not bullish at all. Next target is right into 57%. Bi-weekly is giving you a pretty big volatility setup here. Actually, I believe this is the only bi-weekly volatility setup you've ever had on Bitcoin dominance, telling you that this time is a little different and volatility is very hot here. Okay, so you did hold the 9 and the 5 here. Could be a range of the 21, the 9, and the 5. Ultimately means you're at the extremity low here. You're at the cliffside edge, essentially. Last time you were holding the 5 and the 9 was never, actually. You were between the 5 and the 9, I guess. You were holding the 5 and the 9 here, so never mind on that. Nothing to say about that. Ooh, and actually the quarterly looks damning. Interesting. So for the first time since 2022, you've lost the quarterly median. This is giving you a target down to 43.19%. Damn. You did hold the quarterly 9, so who's lying here? But you've been rejecting the quarterly 5 since the loss of it in July 2025. So for a whole year, you've been rejecting the quarterly 5. That's your instant sign of weakness. I got to start thinking that you're going to start losing this quarterly 9 here soon. And at minimum, testing the 21. That's at 57.6%. Pretty damning perspective. And the quarterly median's at 58.69% for the culture. Damn. Let's see, the last time we've lost that quarterly median was here in 2021. And look what happened. You capitulated. Interesting. 2021. Difference was you did lose the 9 as well. And then reject the 9.
By the way, that loss of the 9 on 2021, that was the fucking full-blown bull market for altcoins and for Bitcoin.
This right here?
Yeah, 2021. It's the beginning of 2021, right? January of 2021. 2022 was the bear market.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right on that. So then is alt season about to start, or is...
Look at Solana. It has a bearish weekly divergence, I think, about to play out. I mean, did I say bearish? Bullish.
Bullish divergence on the weekly.
On the weekly with the RSI. Farhan can confirm.
Where's my R? Oh, here it is. On the weekly. So here's your low. You didn't take it out, but you did make new lows. I think that's what you're looking at now.
Yes, sir.
So that is true. And I also have to say that you do have the biggest volatility setup here ever recorded in the short history. So are we...
Yeah, but just, sorry to interrupt. I just checked. It'll confirm with any close over $76.05.
Booyah.
Okay, $76.05.
Gives you a target of 126.
126, damn. Yeah, that's interesting, honestly, because Bitcoin dominance losing its quarterly median and it lining up with that is interesting, actually.
Bitcoin also has a possible weekly bullish divergence in play, but the closest, I believe, it's got to be over 64 or 65, maybe. What is it, Farhan? But it's a possible weekly bullish divergence, which has ended every single bear market too. Just saying that's possible, but on Solana, kind of looks like very realistic. On Bitcoin, it doesn't.
But Solana is a front runner.
Check Bitcoin. Okie dokie. Also, Bitcoin has the bullish divergence, but Bitcoin will have to close back over 67,260 to confirm it.
Yeah,
And
it
then
needs
that
like
gives
a
you-
mega pump.
Yeah, that gives you a move to 88.5 currently. But that level will update.
The weird thing is the Solana one.
Yeah, so that is interesting because when you had lost that median on Bitcoin dominance here, January 2021, if you just quickly look at the correlation with ETH, I mean, that is what started sending ETH up hard. So bulls are looking at that as, you know, alts are gearing up. Alts are gearing up. I guess versus bears are just looking at the collapse of Bitcoin dominance and Bitcoin rolling down and just alts going down with it. So it is interesting to see Sol, though, because it is kind of telling something. Biggest setup ever recorded on a weekly chart, possible weekly bullish divergence, along with Bitcoin dominance median being lost. But that still correlates to possibly a weak Bitcoin. So you either then get relative strength in certain alts, hashtag Solana, or you just end up really dumping and destroying everything. But I like correlating things. So this is still kind of a correlation to what occurred back in 2021. Which was a good time to be in alts, actually. Now we'll need more data, but something to know because this really Bitcoin dominance quarterly median being lost is kind of a big deal, actually. I'm kind of shocked and surprised. So very interesting to see that. But regardless, I do think that will mean Bitcoin dominance does end up going lower. You do see upon the loss, and again, you lost the 9 too with the median. You didn't lose the 9 here. But assuming you just reject here, you did go down straight to the bottom 38.2%. So that is at 43.19%. I won't take the wick low because it's just so different with the 9 still holding. But I still think a move down to the bottom 38.2% is still pretty good. It's about 26% down. So that is still something that you should be watching. And if you are someone who's been wanting alts to do good, well, here's honestly, here's the best solid confluence that I've seen so far to make that case. So you would want BTCD to dump, causing your alts to get stronger, and maybe a Bitcoin consolidation. So but that's all I have on Bitcoin dominance. Until then, I do think it's weak. I do think a weak Bitcoin has correlated to a weak Bitcoin dominance is correlated to a weak Bitcoin. And even the daily here is just simply putting in a bearish retest while producing a lower high. My next target on Bitcoin dominance is still 57.4%. And that's all I really have. So like we're now watching the shorts to be filled and also rejection zone to happen here. I'm fully aware that if we end up taking out 60,700 at this point, we're daily trend shifting or at minimum trapping, bull trapping. It's a bull trap on the daily, fulfilling a weekly and 6-month bearish retest setup. Perfect for a bull trap. So I understand if this setup gets stopped, okay, I'm waiting then for that 62.2, 63K retest on Bitcoin. You're now watching that February wick high rejection. You either then, let me see it. Or no, was it June? Let me go to the weekly. Let's see it better there. Yeah, so actually June. You're waiting for June, not February. Yeah, February's my apologies. So you're waiting for this rejection. You're either going to hold it on the daily or fall below it. And falling below it means you're just going to retest at 8.567%. But understand that's just a monthly retest. So again, plays into bear's hands. Only way to really become bearish on this chart is get back under 7.49%. That's when I will start becoming bearish on this chart. And really until then, Bitcoin has filled our Discord short. So I am watching for that to start rejecting today. 49,000 before Sunday. I don't know where my chart is here. Okay. Weird. Let's just update it. But any move down to the 45s, 49,000 still a buy for me. And if we do start seeing that move take action by today, just don't be surprised by that because we've now just retested that zone. This is the rejection zone. And even HBDR is saying this isn't a rejection zone. So that's all I have here on the daily for Bitcoin.
Alrighty. I'll start. Alrighty. Go to HPDR. Use my AirPod. There we go. Make the moons disappear for a second. We'll come back to them for a bit. In a bit. Alright. Flip back. So daily is now getting momentum starting to flip up. You are putting in possibility of bullish divergence on the daily, with momentum still making a higher low, with price making a lower low on closing basis. This is going to confirm with any close back over $60,716. And if you do get that confirmation, this gives you a move back into somewhere around 62.2 to 62.3, which is a move into the 21 EMA on the daily, which is where you have been rejecting all the way through. And zoom out. You are now also losing the bearish control zone. Volatility is currently contracting, and the jewels losing the sell signal in the bearish control zone. But you do have a bearish cross in the background, which is the pink below the yellow, and you are about to brush up against that area, which should be resistance. And zoom out. Okie dokie. Let's make these moons just come back, and you are currently slightly getting that move up during this bull moon. Not happening exactly on the moon. Doesn't really have to happen exactly on the moon. Can be a couple of days before or after. And you're now above the 38.2%. This is going to be your area of resistance, where actually your best ROI return area for short in this area, because you'd have your stop right here, pretty close, and actually very close to that stop. And then from here, if you reject this 38.2%, you're going to come down to somewhere around $54,000 to $55,000 after that for a slight bounce, and then likely somewhere in the $52,000 region. If it accepts over this area, closes over this region, then that brings you into that 62,200 to 62,300 region. As of now, it makes sense to short this zone and keep this as your stop. I'm currently playing this out myself with this area as a stop, and then from there, if this does get taken out, I'm gonna wait for a retest of somewhere around this 9 to the 5, around $60,000, and aim for 62,000 after that. Let's make these moons disappear. Go to the 12 hour. 12 hours also putting in bullish divergence with higher low on momentum, lower lows on price. This is going to confirm with any close over $59,390, with the jewel also losing the sell signal. Confirmation of this divergence takes you up to somewhere around $60,600 to $62,000. I am looking more towards the $62,000 area with the reclaim of 38.2%. 8 hours also forming bullish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close over 59,390. Also, that'll also close you over the 38.2%. That brings you into somewhere around 61.3s. 4 hours also making bullish divergence because you are making lower lows on closing basis. This is going to confirm with any with higher lows on momentum. This is going to confirm with any close over 59,000, actually 59,390. And that will give you a move into somewhere around 61,500 to 61,700. 2 days also putting in bullish divergence, higher low on momentum, lower low on price. This is going to confirm with any close over $60,716. If this does confirm, this gives you a move into somewhere around $62,000, $62,241 to be exact. 5 days also making a higher low on momentum, lower low on price. Also has bullish divergence on the 5 day, with momentum now starting to flip back up on the 5 day. Volatility is going into contraction. This will confirm with any close over $67,260. And if that confirms, it gives you a move into 69,600. Nice number. Seems a little likely as of this moment to confirm with the close over 67,260. I'm thinking maybe you get a move into like 60,000, maybe 61,000. I don't really see it getting that high. Maybe 60,700, somewhere in that region, and then down ski. Okie dokie. Weekly is also getting a bounce from the 78.6% currently. Weekly is very close to flipping up. There is also possibility of bullish divergence on the weekly. This is going to require a close over same number, 67,260 to confirm. And then this gives you a move into about 70,000, 69,000 to 70,000. Okie. And if this was to continue bouncing and you come back to retest the 200, that puts you at around 62s. See if we got a retest in the past when we lost it. We lost it. No, you got an immediate reclaim. You lost it here. You did reject it there, and then you reclaimed it. You lost it here. You kind of filled out this wick. You reclaimed it, and then you went lower. This was COVID. You immediately lost it, and then you reclaimed it. This was at the bottom here in 2018 at the 200. We didn't even close below it. Which cycle did we lose it? Immediately reclaimed it. Oh, interesting. So there's more examples where he immediately claimed it. Or not immediately, but eventually reclaimed it and then busted to new all-time highs. Eventually. Not right away. There we go. And that would currently put us at a retest at around $62,600. And then if it does immediately end up, or not immediately reclaim it, but if it does end up getting a closure back over that 200 SMA, then I'm going to be thinking we're probably going to go to $69,000 to $70,000. But until then, got to assume any move into 62,000 is going to be resistance. 2 week is also losing the 38.2%. 2 week is putting possibility of bullish divergence, but this is going to have to close over $67,260 to confirm. And then this gives you a move into the 9, which is currently sitting around $70,000. And then the next level is going to be the median and the actual silver cross to the downside itself, and that puts you towards around $678,000 to $79,000. More likely, this 9 is going to be resistance because this is your first silver cross retest since you've gotten this cross to the downside. And as of now, if you were to close below 38.2%, 62,100, that will confirm this loss of the 38.2%, and then you get to move down to the 78.6, which is currently sitting around $46,000. And slowly, this is going to rise to meet with the 200 SMA. I don't think you've ever gotten a 200 SMA test on this. Never. It front ran it in COVID. I mean, not COVID. Why do I keep calling FTX COVID? It front ran it in FTX. Front ran it on COVID. Yeah, you've never tested this 200 SMA on the 2 week. So maybe it'll front run it, who knows? Or maybe it'll be the first time in history you test it and then you get a massive bounce. And then that'll give you your bullish divergence on the 2 week. Alrighty. Monthly is closing below, or already closed below the 61.8% and the 55 momentum, still maintaining upside on the monthly. That's interesting. I would have expected this to flip back down by now with volatility going into contraction. If you do see any type of upside move on the monthly right now, any type of move into 63,000, 64,000 is going to be very high resistance, but you probably will find rejection much below there, much before there. And quarterly still flipped down. You quarterly did close below the 21. You are brushing up right into that 21 now at $59,400, and your 88.3% is at 60,700. Anywhere between there is going to be open range for this to reject and for this to come down to the 95%, which is currently sitting at 54,500. Okie dokie, and you're continuing to sell signal on the quarterly jewel. And 6 months did close. 6 month lost the 20 and the 9 EMA. Let's go back into the past. You lost your 6 month 9 here. You got a retest, and then you went lower. You lost it immediately. You lost it here. Then you immediately reclaimed it. You got to move down and massive buyback. This was in COVID. So if you were to come back up and retest that zone, that puts you at 62,100 to 62,200. Lines up with a lot of other things at 62,200 to around 62,200 zone. And that would be another prime opportunity short zone. What is this high? Okie dokie. And now we'll go into Tether. Tether is now getting momentum flipping down, putting in bearish divergence because we do have closing higher highs with lower higher momentum. And this will confirm with any close below 8.938%. And if it's just confirmed, this also goes along with the loss of 38.2%, which brings you down to the bottom 38.2% at 8.655. And this will then put in hidden bullish divergence, and it'll send it back up. Anything here? Not really. 12 hours putting in a local top. This will confirm with any close below 9.032, and that brings you down to somewhere around that 8.65 that we just saw. What is this close? This is 9.047, and this one is 9.1. So there is no bearish divergence there. You're about to lose the 21, and you're coming down to this 38.2%. This level is at 8.94, and then if you were to lose that, that brings you down to that 8.6 to 8.7% that we just previously saw. 4 hour. 4 hours already losing that 38.2%. It's at 9.01%. If you were to lose that, it brings you down to about 8.85-ish. 2 days came very close to making a local bottom. You would have to close over 9.233%, and then that would have sent you upwards towards somewhere between your current all-time highs and 9.59%. If you do close like this, though, this is kind of losing or kind of bearish here, making a shooting star dildo and about to lose at 38.2%. That level's at 9%. If you do close below 9%, then you're likely going to come down to somewhere around the median, wherever the median is at that time. Right now it's sitting at 8.5%, but maybe it'll come up to meet that 8.6% number. If you do close above the 38.2%, though, this is likely going to bust up to the upside and go to somewhere around 8.59% next, somewhere between 8.5 to 10.3. 9.5 to 10.3. Mm, 5 days currently flipping down on momentum, putting in some bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 8.822%, and then that gives you a move into the 9, which is currently around 8.55%. This is going to rise and slowly probably meet with this 38.2%, which is around 8.7s now.
When was the last time you had that 5-week bearish divergence on Tether?
The 5-day?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Here. Not there. He has some hidden bearish divergence here, not the regular bearish divergence that we have now. And this gave us a move down of, let's see, 7.22%. Let's see where we had regular bearish divergence. No.
I want to guess it was 2024. Either it has to be 2025 during the April or 2024 during the summer.
Yeah, here we have bearish divergence in April of 2025. We have this high here at 5.102%, and then we have this high here at 5.775%, and you have lower highs. And then once you got your bearish divergence confirmed, that was on this candle here. You got a little bounce, and then how much of a bounce did you get? A bounce of around 3%, and then a move down of 15%, and then eventually 23%.
That took you to all-time highs on Bitcoin, right?
I believe so. Yeah. This came to around August of 2025. You got a nice move up, and then Tether came up, and then Bitcoin made all-time highs somewhere around this region. Oh, fuck. What happened? There we go. And if this bearish divergence does confirm below 8.82%, this will bring you down towards somewhere around that 8.7, 8.5% region. That takes Bitcoin up to, I'm guessing, $69,000, somewhere in that region. And then this would likely just get continuation to the upside after that. This would likely be a hidden bearish divergence that leads into a hidden bullish divergence. But if it does just decide to break down here, then maybe Bitcoin goes to new all-time highs. I'm not leading towards that, but that's not my opinion at all. But it's
all-time highs right now would be fucking stupid. And by the way, like I said, if he does that, we better run after he does that, because everything is gonna fucking collapse like crazy.
Yeah, what I'm thinking, this best case scenario here would be that Tether confirms this, and this week, like the best most bullish case scenario, where everything goes right, all the planets align, and we all become super tanned and healthy, and we have 8 packs. And,
wow.
and this would be that this bearish divergence on the 5-day confirms, we get a move down to 8.5% ish. That would be Bitcoin up to 67, 69,000. And then you get a nice little rejection. You put in some hidden bullish divergence on Tether. This gives you a sweep of your 57,000 lows into somewhere around 52,000, maybe 49,000. And then from there, maybe we can go sideways for the next couple of months. And then maybe next time,
well,
try
that's in
again.
conflict of interest with Bitcoin. Well, a conflict of view with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin going to 69 would put that bullish divergence on the weekly, which has ended every single bear market.
That's true. Maybe you don't get the confirmation. You just get a touch, a little kiss.
There you go.
Price.
Just a little pee-pee touch.
A little pee-pee touch, a little kiss, and then drop. Okie dokie. And just to clarify, I meant a little kiss by Bitcoin price action. I didn't mean it with any real people.
Of course.
Just have to say that. All right. Weekly is also putting in bearish divergence possible. This is going to have to confirm below, or the close below 8.149%, and that gives you a move down to somewhere around 7.9 to 7%. You are yet to get a retest of the 38.2, which is currently at around 8.89%. Two-week is also currently rejecting the median. 2-week is also putting in bearish divergence possible. This will have to close below 8.149% to confirm. Then that gives you a move down to about 7%. Currently, if you do close below the median, which is at 9.14%, you're likely going to see a move down to this 9/38.2% at 7.9-ish%. And then that does make it possible to confirm, or make it more likely that you will confirm this bearish divergence. Let me get a little sipski of this Coke Zero. And you are now losing the sell signal into jewels. You are starting to get upwards curvature, and this is holding the bullish control zone. It's kind of looking like even if you do get a pullback, this is just going to lead into a higher low. And monthly gave us a pretty massive closure over the median. We didn't close over the 38.2% though, so it doesn't give us immediate busting action. With monthly momentum still flipped down, I did think it would flip back up here, but it didn't do it just yet. And volatility is still contracting. So now, especially with how far you did close over the median, you also did close over your previous all-time high. Closing over there is very bullish, but it doesn't mean you can't get a little pullback here first. Plus, a lot of people are probably getting extremely bullish in this region. Took out the previous high. Got to take out those late longs, and this comes down to reconnect with the 5 EMA, which lines up beautifully with the median, and the 5 EMA is the fastest moving average. Coming back to retest that is extremely healthy, and that's currently putting it at around 8.3%, and this will change on this next monthly open. But until then, I would have a target of going to around 8.3%, which is how much lower? Oops, too far. It's like 7.5% lower. Not too much. And then from there, it likely will get some busting action to 11%. Nice new all-time high. Quarterly is currently also flipped up, and you're still below the median. Median is around 9.5%, right around slightly new all-time highs, currently around your all-time highs. And the 5 is currently sitting around 7.8%, with volatility at 0%. Last time you were this low on volatility, you got a massive breakdown. Let's see if there's any. This was a move into the bottom 38.2%. Right now, we've already reclaimed it. All right. Let's look at RSI. Tether putting in that possible bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 8.938%, and then this gives you a move down towards the neutral zone, or actually the bearish control zone, which currently sits at around 7.8%. 12 hours putting in bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 9.091%, and this gives you a move down to 8.59%, with volatility at 2 periods of 0%. Excuse me. 8 hours also got bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below 9.048, and this will give you a move down to somewhere around 8.8%, with volatility at 3 periods of 0% and now starting to tick up. 4 hours already confirmed bearish divergence, gives you a move to the bearish control zone at 8.86%, with volatility expanding from extreme lows. Two days about to put in a local top. This will confirm with any close below 8.938%, and then this gives you a move to the neutral zone, which currently sits at 8.47. 3 days also close to a local top. This will confirm with any close below 8.938%, and this gives you, and I think there's bearish divergence here. Let me zoom in. There is indeed bearish divergence, because this close is 9.017, this close is 9.058. So that will give you bearish divergence with any close below 8.938, and then that gives you a move to somewhere around 8.29%. Okay. And volatility is contracting with that bearish divergence forming. 5 days got confirmed hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing above 8.822%. And let me zoom in on this. Or high. And that would be another drive of bearish divergence confirmed if you do make a local top here. And that'll give you a target towards around 8.39%, lining up with that reconnect with the median. 6 days got confirmed hidden bullish divergence, but you are putting bearish divergence here. This will confirm with any close below, which number? This one here, 8.381%, and that gives you a move to 7.7% on confirmation. More likely you will come down to test the bullish control zone around like 8.7, maybe slightly below there at 8.5, 8.3, and then hold that as support. Yeah, that would be how many drives of bearish divergence actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, 6 drives of bearish divergence. Probably going to come down to 8% flat.
So can I propose a weird theory?
Let's see.
What if we get a mega pump into the midterm elections and then the stock market, along with crypto, mega dump, like Black Swan style shit, because the DXY is not really pumping as hard as it should. And then it pumps at that time, and we get our normal bear market, except we got a mega pump instead of just sideways down chop.
Oh, so we get like a Santa rally.
Kinda like an election rally, yeah.
Wonderful. Get flip or liquidate a lot of both sides in the same time.
Well, yeah. You're liquid. I mean, because right now I've never seen Bitcoin doing what it's doing. That it's just like taking out the lows by nothing and just like making it like, hey, look, I'm obviously going to break down. Like it's never done this.
Then another $1,000 lower, then it bounces, then another $1,000 lower.
You know, it's weird.
I want you to think that this one's it. Okie 6 days. Also putting in bearish divergence, so this is also likely not going to get confirmed. To confirm this one, you're going to have to close below that 8.381% number. I do think if you get a move to 8.2s to 8.3s, probably will bounce. Weekly is also putting in bearish divergence. Weekly has to close below this one here, 8.149%. And that would give you a move down to, this is going to update, but bearish control zone, wherever it is at that time. 2 week is also putting in bearish divergence. This will confirm it, then you close below 8.149%, and then that gives you a move down to wherever the neutral zone is at that time. Right now it's sitting at 6.29. And monthly with that 5 is at around 8.3-ish%. Quarterly is also putting in another possible drive of bearish divergence here, because you get a higher high on a closing basis with a lower high in momentum, and that is currently forming 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of possible bearish divergence of the quarterly. While on the quarterly, it's a little bit difficult to confirm it as of this candle. You will have to close below all the way down here, somewhere around 4.147% to 3.959%. But as this goes on, you currently would have a target of the 5, or reconnecting with the 5 around as it continues to go up. Maybe it's eventually around that 8.3% area. Then once that candle closes, then the previous candle's low is going to be the only one you need to close below to make a local top. So example, if this were to just close here, then on this next candle, you would only have to close below this one's low, which is at 8.950%. And then you'll have your quarterly bearish divergence, and then probably going to get a nice move to the downside. Maybe tag somewhere around this meme lines here, around 6.7 to 7.1%. How much did you go down from the last quarterly bearish divergence? Let's see.
Well, that was on that was the bull market on Bitcoin, right? Like the top.
Yeah. 58%.
So for you to confirm this one straight up, you would have to go and do all-time highs right now, or wait for the close, and then on the next one would be easier.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
On this candle, I have to go shoot up to all-time highs.
Yeah.
One candle straight to $126,000.
That'd be fucking. That'd be the one thing that no one sees coming.
The Arabs are buying.
Imagine.
Habibi, I just pressed the buy button. King shit. And 6 month 5 is currently around 7.6%. Okie dokie, let's look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin on the daily is currently forming bullish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close over $60,716, and then that gives you a move into this 21 right around 62,000. You wouldn't have an RSI target for that. Maybe it'll be maybe once the neutral zone updates in about 9 hours. 12 hour has that bullish divergence appearing. This is going to confirm with any close over 59,000. Actually, let me move. Fuck, it's so hard to get to this one. $59,389. And then this gives you a move into somewhere around 61,000. This level will update in about 9 hours. Eight hours also putting in bullish divergence. That gives you a move into 62.2. Four hours already confirmed it. This will be active as long as you're closing above 58,300, and this gives you a move into about 59,950, about 60,000. No, you just have bullish divergence here. Looking to see if there's any bearish divergence for me. No. And bullish control zone is currently at about $60,000, 60,200. Zoom in here. Oh, interesting. You are putting in some hidden bearish divergence. You are taking out this high on momentum while price is making a lower high. And this will require a close below $58,820 to confirm. And this gives you a move down to simple moving average, which is currently at $50,500. Coolio. Nothing there. Five days hidden bearish divergence confirmed. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $65,700. And this is going to target the critical zone, which is currently sitting at 48,100. Nice. 6 days also got hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $64,437, and this is going to target wherever the critical zone is at that time. Right now it's sitting at $25,000. Don't think it's going that low. I think a more realistic target would be this main line at 49,000. Weekly's also got hidden bearish divergence, 3 drives. This will be active as long as you're closing below $65,700, and your next move is into the bearish control zone, which is currently sitting at 54,200. 2-week has currently active multiple drives of bearish divergence, with volatility currently contracting almost back down to extreme lows. And your target off of the bearish divergence would be the simple moving average, which is currently at 47,300. Nice. And that'll currently be a slight run up for a front runner for your 200, which you have never tested. And monthly did confirm that bearish divergence on this previous close. We did make a local top by closing below $72,402. That did confirm our bearish divergence, and the bearish divergence target from that now is going to be the 100 EMA, which did continue to rise. It didn't quite rise up to 49,000 just yet, but it is currently sitting at 48,300. So if you were to hit it in this monthly candle directly to 100 in this candle, that would put us at $48,000. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think maybe this move down is going to go into somewhere around 52,000 to 56,000 maybe, and then get another little bounce, and then eventually go down to somewhere around $49,000 to maybe $48,000, somewhere in that region, and then retest with the 100. Maybe it'll go down to somewhere a little bit lower to 46, 45. It's not out of bounds to go below the 100 a little bit, as you did over here, but on FTX you did bottom at this 100, and kind of where you bottomed out on COVID, kind of front run it by a little bit. So that right now would put you at this candle about 48,000, but on the next one maybe somewhere around 49,000 to come back down and test to that 100 EMA. And also, this is the first time that you've closed below the 55 EMA on the monthly in this entire bull market. When you reclaim the 55 is when your bear market officially ended and you started your bull market. This was the move from around $20,000 to like 29,000. Quarterly still has active bearish divergence of multiple drives. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000. And what is your next target? The neutral zone is going to update several times, currently sitting at 28,500. Let me zoom in here. Fine. So this is a lower low. Is that a higher low? Yeah, you got some bullish divergence possible here because you didn't make a lower low on a closing basis than this low, with momentum making a higher low. But this is a little difficult to confirm as of now. Now you will have to close over $97,913. A little unlikely as of now, but as you go on, it'll eventually be easier to confirm. Right around this monthly 21 is where you bottomed at last time. Let's see how much percentage-wise you went below the 21. About 29%. That is a decent amount. Let's measure from the 21.
What about in 2018?
That's interesting. In 2018, you bottomed exactly there. Maybe you went a little bit
following 2018's pattern.
That's a good point.
You see how there's like a liquidation event afterwards, which was COVID.
Yeah. This is 20% below, but on the actual move down, you bottomed exactly at the 21. Well, let's be fair and take a couple of points below, because we're gonna get that one guy who said actually 6%, and I'm curious about this one. And this was 20.
But I didn't make a new low, by the way.
Yeah, it was a higher low.
Yeah. So where you at?
This is how much have we gone down? About 2.5. So let's take it about 6%. Brings us to about 55, 56,000. Very cool. Very interesting. That does line up with my stratagem. Alrighty. We are postulating a winning stratagem here. All right, and 6 months did confirm that 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $107,180, and your next move off that bearish divergence is for stops somewhere around 57,400, and then your 21, which is currently sitting around like 43, 44,000, but it's going to move several times before you hit it. Eventually, it might be somewhere around 49,000. We have to see where it goes to. Maybe it'll be 45, 46, maybe 49. The yearly bullish control zone is sitting at 51,800. Let's make a mental note of that. All right, now let's look at momentum. Tether on the daily is flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 9.13%. Next bearish divergence target would be somewhere around 8.8% for the 21. That is where you've been bottoming at. 12 hours also flipped down, also has bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 9.22% with volatility at 2 periods of 0%. And you're about to make a local top on the 12-hour with any close below 9.032. 8 hours also flipped down with volatility starting to tick up from 3 periods of 0%. 8 hours also putting in bearish divergence, also about to put in the local top. This will confirm the local top with any close below 9.032%, and momentum is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 9.08. And you're rejecting the bullish control zone here. 4 hours also flipped down, also making a local top, but then he closed below 9.090%, actually 9.032%, and you are rejecting the bullish control zone here, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 9.18. Today is about to flip down, and it will flip down, and then he closed below 8.96%, and you are putting in bearish divergence here. And a local top, which will confirm that he closed below 8.938%. 5 days currently flipped up, but it will flip down with any close below 8.95%. And this is putting in bearish divergence on the 5-day as well. Last time you had, let's see, was this bearish divergence? Yes, it was. So you had bearish divergence in this point here, and you got to move down to the 21. Currently, the 21 puts you at around 8%-ish. See how much lower you went from the 21? About 5%. Brings us to about 7.6, 7.7%. 7.7 did come up before. Weekly currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.87%. You're putting in possibility of bullish divergence here on the weekly, but it's unlikely to confirm. And if you were to come back down and reconnect with the 5, that puts you around 8.7%. 2 week is currently freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.07%. And monthly is flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.52%. And monthly has now entered into the critical zone for the first time in history. Every single other move into the critical zone has been a rejection in the past. So very, very, very strong monthly close here, but nice to see a little reconnect with the monthly 5, and that would put you around that 8.3% area, and likely we'll see some nice expansion from that region into some new all-time highs. Let's see some comparable examples. You got some strong closures over the 5, then you got a little candle or a little wick down, reconnect with that 5, and then some more busting action. Then after you put in a local top, then you got to move into the 9. As of now, I don't think there will be a local top, just a little bit of move down to this 5. And quarterly is still flipped up with a hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.38%. 6 month is also flipped up as long as you're closing over 6%. Daily on Bitcoin is flipped down, but it is very close to flipping up, and it will flip up if you can close over 59,350, and this is also putting in bullish divergence. 12 hours also currently flipped up with bullish divergence, and volatility is at extreme lows, almost 0%, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 58,700, and you're also putting in a local bottom with any close over 59,390. 8 hours also flipped up with bullish divergence and volatility expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 58,400. 4 hours also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 58,350. And 4 hour also has bullish divergence. Two hours also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 59,100. 2 days currently flipped down, but it will flip back up with any close over 59,900, and this will be 2-day bullish divergence. 5 days currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 60,600. A 5-day currently does have hidden bearish divergence. Zoom in here. This is technically a higher low from this low here with a lower low, so giving you 5-day bullish divergence possible. Weekly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 72,850. And weekly, I believe, is, let me zoom in here. This is currently where you're at, where you're projected to be next open. So weekly is still putting in possibility for bullish divergence. It's a little unlikely to confirm. 67,260. 2 week is currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain down with the silver cross down as long as you're closing below 68,750. And monthly is flipped down, and it's going to remain down as with volatility expanding, continuing to expand as long as you're closing below 64,400. And the 55 is currently sitting around $63,000. Probably not going to get that high. And monthly is still putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence because you're still closing over $59,000 on a closing basis. This close was actually, you took it out. This was 59,000, and this close is 58,500. So actually, no, there's no longer that possibility. Coolio. And quarterly is still flipped down, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below. Oh, this pivot went up. Coolio. 113,300. This was previously about 100,900. And volatility is about to enter extreme lows. And 6 month is now freshly flipped down. First time 6 month has flipped down in this entire bull market. The last time 6 month flipped down was in July of 2021, right before Luna happened, when price was at around $48,000. Now, $69,000 is when price flipped down. That was at all-time highs. And then price was at 48,000, and from that 48,000 candle, you went to 17,500 in the next candle. Wow, pretty bad. Currently, if you were to front run the 21 like you did last time, that puts you somewhere around 45 to 46,000.
Now on a 6-month candle and a 6-month weekly on a 6-month weekly, get the fuck out of here. On a 6-month bearish divergence like that, how long would it take to play out?
Oh, a long ass time. Probably like 2 years.
Okay. Because I mean, the higher time frames look very bearish, but it seems like they're far off.
Yeah, that's a good point. Alrighty. Monthly. That confirmed. That put you at the 100 around 48. Alright. So on the low time frames with that bullish divergence forming, especially on the daily, the 12-hour, the 8-hour, the 6-hour, the 4-hour, all of them are forming bullish divergence. Some of them have already confirmed, and momentum is now starting to flip up. A lot of them have already flipped up. On the daily, it's very close to flipping up, and that will flip up, confirm also your daily stochastic bullish divergence, and that will take you into somewhere around that 60,500 to 60,000 or 60,500 to $61,000 region, and in that zone, if you can start to make closures over that, what was the number, the previous high, around $60,716, and that sends you up toward that 62,200 to 62,500 region. In that region, I do think if you get a tap of that area, very likely will reject it if you don't put in the local top here. Likely somewhere going to be likely in that 62,200 region. If you do get daily closures over 62,500, that's what sends you up to somewhere around 69,000 to 70,000. And right now on Tether, you are putting in some bearish divergence, getting momentum slipping down. Although if you were and you did get some very strong high time frame closures on Tether, so and very far away from the 5. So on normally you usually come back down to retest that 5 before you get another busting action move. That puts you somewhere around 8.3%. That would line up maybe Bitcoin to 62s. Maybe if things get very crazy, it could go to 69s. I don't think so. I think 62 is best case scenario. And that would line up with Tether coming down to somewhere around like 8% flat, somewhere in that region. And then likely get a new all-time high on Tether. That gets Bitcoin to sweep with these lows somewhere around like 50. The next low, I'm thinking somewhere around 53,000-ish area. First light bounce, and then eventually the total bottom, or the macro low, would likely be somewhere around that monthly 100, which is currently sitting around 48, 49,000. Or if it were to go slightly below it like last time, that would put you closer to somewhere around 45 or 46,000. Not really that much of a difference, just a couple thousand smackaroonies. And from that area, probably going to go sideways from that zone for a couple of weeks / months, and then maybe you get your next busting action move to the new all-time highs. But as of now, maybe it's a little bit of a bounce into 60,000, 61,000, and then from there, possibly 62.2, 62.5. Likely rejects that zone, get a little sweep. If you don't reject that zone, then maybe you get your move to 69, and then you get your move down. But the move down seems more of like a when rather than an if type of thing, and the bounce seems like a possibly type of thing, like maybe, but not as of now. And the daily the monthly bull moon that we currently do have, the bull moon doesn't, no need to say monthly, that would take us into that 61s to 62s region, and it doesn't have to play out exactly on the same day of the moon. It could just be a couple of days before or a couple of days after.
Thank you, señor. Perfecto. Ok, Bitcoin para todos ustedes, solamente les voy a decir exactamente lo que Alex y Farhan están diciendo. Si voltean a ver la tabla debajo del S&P 200, que cierre por debajo del S&P 200, el peor cierre que has visto literalmente desde el 2024. Y obviamente estando por acá, bajo el S&P 200, bajista, cruce plateado en la semanal, se ve bajista. No hay más que decir. Después de que acabamos de cerrar también la mensual, el peor mes debajo del 55, la última vez que cerramos debajo del 55 estuvimos ya en el primer movimiento brusco al mercado bajista, el segundo fue al promedio del 100 y aquí está en $48,000. En la trimestral también justamente cerramos por debajo del promedio del 21. Todo obviamente se ve bastante bajista. Lo hemos platicado 1,000,000 de veces, ¿no? Perdón, estaba viendo algo que tiene que ver con otra pendejada yo. Entonces, simplemente en todas las temporalidades se ve muy bajista. Ahora, ¿cuál es el trade que ellos ven? Aquí hay dos sopas, ¿no? Y ustedes pueden escoger en cuál se van a meter. Uno, el trade de el más inmediato sería entrada en 60 a 60,500, ¿no? E invalidarlo con este tope en 60,700. Entonces, aquí poder hacer tu primera entrada, tu segunda por acá en los 60,300 e invalidarlo con este tope en los 60,700. ¿Por qué? Porque si vas a hacer un alto más alto, en realidad es 800, perdón, no 700, 800, esta vela. Porque si vas a hacer un cierre por encima de esto en la diaria, te daría una divergencia alcista que te podría llevar a la zona de los 62, aquí. ¿Ok? Entonces, este es tu primer trade, el más inmediato, el que tienen ahorita. Su segundo es justamente esta zona de los 62. En los 62 puedes subir hasta 63 y cacho, pero lo puedes invalidar con esto, con los 64,200. Ellos ven que, y esto también es algo que les tengo que decir, esta semana tenemos que caer ya. Se los había dicho ya el lunes y lo repito con más fuerza que nunca ahorita. Si para el lunes no tienes una caída fuerte, fuerte, no estas mamadas que está haciendo, fuerte, esta mamada o se va a ir de lado o ahorita les voy a dar otro escenario para que estén preparados, ¿ok? Pero por ahorita tenemos dos trades, se ve muy bajista Bitcoin, los dos están en corto para que lo sepan. El primero, Alex está en corto desde 57,700, 57,800, esperando entrar aquí en 60,300 en el promedio del 9 diario para invalidarlo justamente acá en 60,800 y eso nos debería llevar, bueno, Alex estaría esperando los $49,000, ¿no? Básicamente aquí. Un movimiento bastante bueno si es que te lo llega a dar. Y lo mismo sería si llegas justamente a la zona de los 62, no pasas de tu invalidación acá y vas para abajo, mismo TP. Farhan es un poco más conservador y dice que probable entre 55 y 54 sea el primer movimiento. Acá encontremos un rebote y ese rebote ya después ahí nos lleve a los 46, 49. ¿Ok? Bien. Entonces, corto, 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 corto es la traducción literal de lo que ellos están viendo. Tal cual, ¿ok? Y ahí les va la conspiranoica, la mía. Estoy volteando a ver a Solana que está por confirmar una divergencia alcista con un cierre por encima de este máximo en la semanal. Cierres alcistas que confirman fondos normalmente vienen acompañados de divergencias bajistas. Primer mínimo, acá, este fue el de junio, ¿no? Y ahorita este de acá. Entonces, si pongo esto acá y esto, ¿no? El primero, el de hasta la izquierda, fue un bajo. No, perdón, qué pendejo soy. Es esta. Es esta. No, sí, qué estúpido soy. Ni siquiera es. Espérame. Estoy completamente. Es que es la diaria. Qué pendejo soy. Felicidades, Alejandro. Dije, no tiene sentido alguno. En la semanal acá. La semanal puedes ver este fondo de acá y este fondo de acá. ¿Ok? El primero, es mucho más bajo que el segundo. ¿Ok? Y esto es una tendencia alcista. Acá tuviste el mínimo que estuvo aquí arriba y el nuevo acá. Eso nos da una divergencia alcista, ¿ok? ¿Qué confirma la divergencia alcista? Cualquier cierre semanal por encima de este tope de acá. Y eso te da una divergencia alcista. Eso es lo que normalmente marca el fondo en un mercado como en Solana, por ejemplo. ¿Ok? O en Bitcoin es lo que ha marcado los fondos también. Bitcoin está muy lejos de poder hacer esto, pero también tiene el poder de tener esta divergencia alcista, porque esto es el fondo de febrero en 60,000 y esto es donde estás ahorita en 57,000. Sería lo mismo marcar una divergencia alcista, pero Bitcoin tiene que pasar de acá, que está cabrón. No, perdón. De acá. De los $67,000. Si ves que Bitcoin se regresa por encima de 67 y tiene cierres semanales por aquí arriba, confirmas tu divergencia alcista en la semanal y eso fue lo que te marcó el fondo la última vez. No estoy diciendo que sea posible, faltan hasta los 6,700, pero es una probabilidad. La que sí es, Solana le está pintando. Y ahora, la cosa interesante, y esto fue lo que destapó Alex, vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin en la trimestral. Voy a quitar todas mis líneas porque dan completamente igual. Y quiero que vean esto. La última vez que la dominancia de Bitcoin perdió la media fue aquí. ¿Ok? ¿Cuál es la media? Esta línea blanca. Estabas por encima y acá te fuiste por abajo. ¿Ok? Desde ese entonces no habías perdido la media. Esta fecha, enero del 2021 a abril del 2021. ¿Qué pasó aquí? Altcoins se fueron a la luna y los NFTs y todo eso. Este fue el mercado alcista de cripto más alcista que han visto. Básicamente lo que hemos visto todos en general enfrente de nosotros. ¿Ok? Si llegamos de verdad a mantenernos por debajo del 58,68%, ahora falta un trimestre entero, cabrones, faltan 3 meses. Esto nos podría dar uno de esos movimientos gigantescos. Solana puede que nos lo esté precantando. No estoy diciendo que sea completamente ya, dátelo por hecho que viene el altcoin season, pero aquí ya hay una verdadera posibilidad de eso. Es la primera vez en mi puta vida que veo eso. Solana en la trimestral, desde los fondos, continúa en esta tendencia alcista. Siguiente objetivo, si esta divergencia alcista se da, es 120 en la semanal, para que lo sepan, que es tu promedio del 100. 120. Si ven que esta semana cierra Solana por encima de esto, y un factor más que le voy a agregar a esto, uno de los güeyes más tontos que sigo en Discord, bueno, que veo en un Discord en el que estoy, uno de los güeyes más tontos vendió su Solana para comprar más barato. En lo que Solana está haciendo esto, mientras que Bitcoin está haciendo esto. Un bajo más bajo. Ahora, ya tocamos el 57. Mi objetivo desde el principio de todo esto. No sé si se acuerden de ello. Pero el 57 es la zona donde yo les había dicho, aquí es donde yo creo vamos a tocar fondo, ¿no? No, ya borramos todo esto. La de acá, la de los 57. ¿Por qué eran los 57 y se los había... Ah, perdón, este no es el índice. Alejandro, estás pendejo. Sí, estoy pendejo por el dolor. ¿Por qué habíamos dicho 57? Porque te tenías que llevar este mínimo de acá. No. Sí, este. De 58. Y aquí estás. Aquí abajo. Este mínimo. Déjenme quito los EMAs para que lo puedan ver perfectamente bien. Solamente voy a poner precio ahorita para que lo puedan ver. Les había dicho cuál era la trampa desde el principio que me dijo esto no es el fondo. No vienes a hacer un pinche alto más, un bajo más alto, güey, que acá. Perdón, pero Bitcoin no se comporta así. ¿No? Por eso era imposible que este fuera el fondo. Y ahora, la gatada que está haciendo Bitcoin, si ponen atención, normalmente es esto, para arriba y luego para abajo. Pero ahorita ni siquiera se está molestando en hacer ese pedo. Ahorita ya literalmente es de, ve, güey, hice un bajo más bajo que este y luego este hizo un bajo más bajo que este, y acabo de hacer un bajo más bajo que esto. Aquí es donde para mí, mi instinto, nada más, porque la tabla es bajista, ¿ok? Pero mi instinto por leer esta tabla todo el tiempo y ver las gatadas que hace, como estas, es donde digo, aquí hay algo que está cambiando en Bitcoin. Por eso le tengo que poner un timer a este pedo. Porque vean, cuando caíste acá, ¿no? Subiste, caíste. Subiste, caíste. Subiste, caíste. Subiste, caíste. Subiste, caíste. No hubo un solo tiempo acá donde te diera esta gatada. Subiste, caíste. Subiste, caíste. Caíste. No, o sea, estos bajos más bajos acá no los había en ninguna de estas zonas. Ninguna. Hasta que llegaste al fondo. ¿Ok? Y en el 2018, que es el ciclo que está idéntico, porque si consideramos que nos dio la caída, recuerden que la caída era el 24 de junio por el 24 de junio, y ya tuvimos el mínimo puesto, que fue ayer, antier, ahorita lo vamos a ver en la tabla. En ese entonces, lo que hizo Bitcoin fue esto. Se fue de lado, pero para arriba. Poquito a poquito, ¿no? Déjenme lo hago más extremo para que lo vean. Esta es la caída de junio, pero pueden ver que va para arriba. No está haciendo nuevos mínimos. ¿Cuándo hace Bitcoin nuevos mínimos? ¿Cuándo hace esta gatada? Aquí abajo, tíos. En el fondo. Una vez más, todavía no hay nada en la tabla que te lo confirme. Bitcoin tiene que cerrar muy por encima de donde está ahorita. O sea, no decir que ya tocaste fondo y declararlo como eso es, o sea, y ustedes saben cuál es mi estrategia, pero yo ya estoy en este mercado. Si llega a ser y pasar algo que nunca ha pasado, estoy listo, me da igual. Sobre todo en Strategy estoy completamente colocado, nada mal, en esos $97. En Coinbase me falta una tercera parte. En Circle me falta la mitad. Esto nunca lo habíamos visto. Lo hemos visto acá atrás, antes de hacer esto, pero nunca lo habíamos visto a medio ciclo. Otra cosa que me molesta, no me molesta, pero se me hace estúpido que estemos solamente comparando todo con estas caídas del 2022. Cuando día a día este pendejo ciclo se ha portado como el 2018. Y la otra cosa, si quieres medirlo por el mismo tipo de comportamiento que tuvo Bitcoin, donde haces esto, ¿no? Perfecto, ¿no? Bien, las dos M's de McDonald's. De este tope de acá a este fondo, 55% de caída. De este tope de acá en la primera M al fondo, 31% de caída. ¿Por qué estoy esperando a que Bitcoin caiga al mismo punto relativo a este ciclo cuando literalmente ya me demostró que el primer descanso que se dio fue de 24% menos? O sea, 50% menos que la caída que hubo acá, casi. Ahora, en temporalidades muy altas, güey, Bitcoin es súper bajista. Pero déjenme los traigo a mi teoría conspiranoica. Déjenme los traigo a lo que estoy pensando, lo que mi instinto me está diciendo por alguna razón que yo mismo no entiendo. ¿Qué tal si ahorita les he dado opción A? Bitcoin hace esto, se queda aquí y eventualmente en diciembre del próximo año se va para arriba. Nunca cae de donde cayó, ¿no? Y así todo el mundo se queda como pendejo esperando que caiga a los $35,000 como Andrew Tate, ¿no? La segunda, y mámense esta, Porque el dólar a cierto punto tiene que pegar con fuerza. Y eso ya no puede tardar más de 1 año, 2 años. O sea, ya se está mamando, güey. Hemos destruido al yen japonés acá. Vean esto, nuevo alto histórico. ¿Es histórico? Me lo pongo en la trimestral. No es histórico, pero ya una vez aquí, el dólar cuando viene acá y que sigue subiendo, literalmente cuando bajes, cuando se carga la bolsa gringa a la verga. Pero hasta ahorita este movimiento de acá es el patrón de taza y copa y esto está reventando a la alza y podríamos llegar a este punto en el yen. ¿Ok? Algo que no hemos visto desde 1985, cuando el dólar tuvo ese súper movimiento potente. Ahora, no te la mames, Alejandro, no vamos a ver eso. Bien. Pero si llegaras a ver al yen moverse hasta acá arriba y cuando caiga, es lo que normalmente nos ha dado mercados bajistas en Estados Unidos. Las zonas rojas, las flechas, son los fondos normalmente. ¿Por qué estoy sugiriendo esto? Tíos, ¿qué tan descabellado sería que esto sea esto, hagamos esto, vayamos, haces un alto histórico relativo o tal vez no, o más abajo, de aquí a las elecciones? Y de las elecciones, esta chingadera se dé un putazo hasta 35. Este escenario no desplomaría y destruiría todo el mundo. Y les voy a decir por qué. Porque imagínate que eres Grant Cardone y tienes una entrada promedio en los 88, ¿no? Con todo el dinero de tus inversores, que no es tuyo, así que felicidades, estás acá. Ves que sube, empiezas a comprar acá porque literalmente has tenido unas entradas de la verga, otra vez la subida y tu promedio sube a 110 y ahí te mandan a la verga. Porque en muy altas temporalidades Bitcoin se ve súper bajista. Súper bajista. Pero son movimientos que toman 1 año, 2 años en jugar. Cuando estoy volteando a ver, ¿por qué Solana está haciendo esto? Plup, 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 plup. Ethereum, Bitcoin cayó y lo que quieras, tío. ¿Ethereum está haciendo qué? Me pregunta Ramón, ¿cuál es tu comentario en Ethereum? No tengo comentario en Ethereum, es lo mismo que he estado pensando todo el tiempo. Cuando algo cambie, voy a venir y les digo, güey, algo cambió. Para que no estén pendientes de, güey, podemos analizar lo mismo que hemos analizado 1000 veces. Estaría regresando ahorita de vuelta a este triangulito. Y si tienes el mercado de las altcoins reventando, como Solana nos está diciendo, güey, vean a Solana contra Bitcoin, lo que ha estado haciendo en las últimas semanas. 4 semanas lleva para arriba en contra de Bitcoin. Una vez que se lleve este nivel aquí, Solana va a reventar con fuerza, con mucha fuerza. Ahora, puede que encuentre resistencia aquí, ¿no? Pero por ahora Solana tiene una cara súper potente. ¿Y qué me hace pensar esto, tíos? Les dieron todas las peores noticias de strategy, de Bitcoin, les pusieron una zanahoria para adelante para que todo se caiga. Nuestros políticos, por primera vez, la gente que está desde que han ustedes puesto atención al ciclo, los políticos que están a cargo de todo son los que están a favor de Bitcoin y de cripto, ¿ok? Y ahora no tiene nada que ver con un lado o con el otro, es simplemente la narrativa, la historia, el cuento que les están contando a ustedes, ¿ok? Y este cuento tiene que ver con, güey, te vas a quedar en la oficina, pero si tienes un mercado alcista, ¿qué es lo que a Trump le importa más? ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Qué es lo que les dijimos? ¿Cuántos videos no les he dicho, güey? Va a caer esto, va a ajustar, Tesla va a caer a 370 y va a rebotar. Está en 430. Güey, hasta Lucid está reventando a la alza. Hasta Nike. Bueno, está en 42 en vez de en 39. Pero el político, el presidente Trump, que le encanta decirles a ustedes que él es el mejor para la bolsa, ¿por qué no creen que les van a vender la narrativa de que de aquí a diciembre o a noviembre o cuando sean las elecciones, esto va a continuar subiendo? Han visto antes a Bitcoin, por ejemplo, venir rápidamente de abril a octubre de los 74 a 126. O sea, no es algo que nunca hayas escuchado, ¿no? Esto. Puede que, güey, venga para acá y no haga un nuevo alto y acá rechace o en los 111 o algo así también. Pero yo no descartaría este escenario. Yo lo que diría es, y es para ponerlo un poco más sencillo para todos ustedes, y ahorita analizamos la tabla. Yo lo que digo es, no me carga la verga ya de una vez, de aquí al 4 de julio. Tengo dos escenarios. Escenario A, esto se va de lado. Tal vez tenga tres. Y en diciembre empieza a rebotar y empieza a subir y empieza a hacer lo que siempre hace, ¿no? De aquí a diciembre. Uno. Segundo escenario. Este es escenario uno. Segundo escenario. Hace esto y en diciembre hace esto y luego ya. ¿No? Para arriba y lo que quieran. Pero les voy a poner el tercer escenario enfrente. Ponte tú, no voy a poner máximos históricos acá. Y cuando estemos acá, sea en máximos históricos o no, para fines de elecciones, y todo el mundo crea que es el superciclo, y la verga aquí nos lleve hasta los 35, 40, los que quieran acá abajo. ¿Qué no sería más poderosa una doble M de McDonald's así? ¿Por qué tiene que caer si sube así? Sí, ahora, si nos vamos de lado, en este pedo, no esperaría, seguiría esperando yo esos 53, máximo 51, esta zona. Si nos vamos de lado. O si caemos ahorita. ¿Por qué yo me pondría a pensar que vamos a caer más si de aquí nos vamos para arriba? La razón por la que me haría pensar que vamos a caer aún más si vamos para arriba es porque el dólar todavía no ha hecho lo suyo. Y el dólar va a tener... Y ahora, si ahorita nos vamos para acá y vemos esto, ¿no? Aquí. Y en lo que estamos viendo esto, el dólar todavía no revienta para arriba. Y llega enero, aquí hay algo raro, güey. Ahí eso me diría que va a explotar todo a la baja. Y el cisne negro efectivamente va a ser un dólar que se vea como este. Que haga, pero lo haga mucho más rápido, con una contracción de crédito gigantesca. Solamente lo quiero poner en la mesa. Una vez más, por ahora, vean lo mal que cerramos. Estamos en una clara tendencia bajista. Esto para mí va a ser la línea que me diga, güey, definitivamente vamos a intentar mínimo altos históricos o por ahí de los 107. Sería recuperar los 74, 75, 76. La primera zona que nos va a dar esa idea, en general, van a ser los 65. Si recuperamos los 65, 66. El último subidongo. Otra cosa que les quiero enseñar es esto. Aquí no hay de otra forma más que hacer esto, así que perdón. Güey, ve ya dónde estás. El 95% está en $54,000. Ya que tanto es que baje a 54, o sea, son $3,000 del mínimo de ahorita. ¿Y todavía no has comprado, tío? ¿No? Ya es el 95%. No, güey, es que ve, en el 2022 cayó acá una vez más, güey. Has tenido mucha menos debilidad en este ciclo comparado que el 2022. El ciclo que está siguiendo paso a paso, es el del 2018. Y la caída de la nueva pata para abajo fue de $1,000 más. Me cuesta mucho trabajo pensar que hasta esto, que te baje más que esto. Ya aquí, ya estoy en 57, güey. Si se va para arriba, mi primera idea antes de todo este desmadre eran 57. Me doy por bien servido. He dicho que hasta 53, güey, que me falle por $4,000, me da igual. Pero una vez más, en las cosas que yo estoy invirtiendo, los proxies ya tuvieron las malas noticias que yo estaba buscando, tíos. Vienes y me dices, güey, es que MicroStrategy va a quebrar, güey, y no sabes, y puta madre, y Michael Saylor es un pendejo. Eso no pasa nunca. Acá, nunca. Michael Saylor es un pendejo, solo pasa acá. Y como yo les dije, yo no voy a comprar Bitcoin porque estoy esperando que mis apuestas de lado se multipliquen mucho más que Bitcoin. Pero cabrón, o sea, me cuesta. Vean esto, o sea, ¿dónde ya estás en la trimestral en Bitcoin en el índice? ¿Ok? Por ahora estamos perdiendo el promedio del 21. Normalmente en el 2022 cerramos en el promedio del 34. Una vez más, para Alejandro, este ciclo se parece más al del 2018, donde el promedio del 21 fue lo que te aguantó. Tuviste esta barrida del 21, pero en esa barrida del 21 fue COVID y fue un año después y no hiciste un bajo más bajo que estos. Y ve, ¡ay, güey! Justo lo que les estoy diciendo. Este movimiento. Bajón y ya puedes subir. ¿Me entienden? No tocamos el 34, no venimos a la línea blanca como ahorita, nos quedamos en la amarilla, ¿no? Que es el promedio del 21. Ahí estamos. Estamos por debajo de él y todo. Solamente lo quiero poner ahí. En la mensual, por ejemplo, podemos ver un poco de lo mismo con el promedio del 55. Para nosotros, una vez que recuperamos el 55 en el 22, nos fuimos para arriba, ¿no? Y en el, ¿cómo se llama? En el 2018 fondeamos en el 55. Y sí, mucho después venimos a intentar retestear acá el 100, pero una vez más, no fue un nuevo mínimo. Quiero que esto quede muy claro. Estos fueron los mínimos, no este, que fue COVID. Vino muy cerca, no te hubiera ido mal si, güey, te aguantaste y compraste acá. Fue la mejor posición, en mi opinión. No importa si no te dio el precio mínimo del mínimo, porque a fin de cuentas la rapidez con la que subiste fue la que chingaste. Pero esto que estamos viendo acá, que se esté llevando los mínimos y aguantando acá, güey, por eso lo pongo contra reloj. Porque si no, nos está pendejeando a todos. Y Solana me está contando la verdad. Y luego volteo a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin y también me está contando la verdad. Y volteo a ver las cosas en las que estoy invertido, donde están ya subiendo por alguna razón, ¿no? En lo que Bitcoin acaba de poner un nuevo mínimo. Ahora, en la mensual tenías volatilidad expandiendo ante esta bajada, tío, definitivamente. ¿No? Aquí, pum, 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 y tienes tu confirmación y todo. ¿Se puede dar la vuelta a volatilidad en cualquier momento? Sí. Lo ha hecho antes, solamente aquí, en cortito. Las demás las ha dado muy por encima. En realidad aquí tuviste esta en el 2015, esta la tuviste en el 2016 y esta fue la del 2018. Bastante mucho más arriba que esta. Entonces aquí no tengo nada que me diga que no vamos a continuar cayendo. Por eso les digo, la tabla en sí es muy bajista. Muy, muy bajista. ¿Ok? 2 semanas, lo mismo. Tengo una posibilidad de poner una divergencia alcista en la de 2 semanas en Bitcoin, sí, pero tendría que subir por encima de los $82,000. Y tengo ahorita un cruce plateado y estoy por debajo del promedio del 100. Siguiente objetivo debería de ser siguiente nivel para abajo, donde está el S&P 200. Ese debería ser el siguiente objetivo. Pero tengo la posibilidad de esta divergencia alcista jugar. ¿Ok? Esto fue lo que acabó el mercado bajista del 2022, en la de 2 semanas. Con un fondo en el RSI en junio y un fondo en la caída de Bitcoin, ustedes lo saben, en noviembre, que fue el último fondo. Esto fue lo que nos dio esa divergencia alcista. Aquí está una vez más en juego. Pero para confirmarla, una vez más, tienes que venir a los $82,000 y reventarte este máximo. Si no, puedes olvidarte de esto y no te va a servir para nada. La semanal nos hace poner las cosas un poco más fácil. De este mínimo a este tienes la divergencia y lo único que tienes que hacer es marcar un fondo acá. ¿Cómo? Subiendo arriba de $67,000. Y eso fue lo que te dio el patrón de fondo aquí abajo también. ¿Ya lo está haciendo? No. Por ahora la tabla tiene más cara que es bajista que no. Y yo diría, güey, debería de darme un movimiento más para abajo todavía para espantar a todo el mundo, definitivamente. Pero también ya me dio un movimiento para abajo. Ya me dio, no este, 1, 2, 3 movimientos semanales a la baja para espantar a todo el mundo. En la diaria me lo dio acá, me lo dio acá y me lo acaba de volver a dar acá. 3 sesiones con nuevos mínimos, 57,700 ahora, empezando en los 60 de febrero, luego 59, luego 58 y ahora 57. Y en la diaria pueden ver acá claro como el agua, también tienes la posibilidad de una divergencia alcista una vez que te lleves los 60,800. Les dejé los trades, les dejé las ideas de invertir, les estoy diciendo mis locuras. Eh, ¿eh? Básicamente es eso. Una vez más, para los que llegaron tarde, el trade de hoy es un corto en esta zona hasta los 60,300 con una invalidación en los 60,880. Llévate este alto, el de acá, el de esta vela topera. Llévate ese alto, uno, cancelas la vela topera, aunque ya la confirmaste y ya caíste. Puede que ya haya sido el movimiento total. ¿A qué me refiero? Vela topera, cualquier cierre por debajo, instantáneamente te lo confirmó, ya tuviste un movimiento para acá a la baja. Pero si cierras por encima de esta vela topera, también cancelas esta y eso se diría más que nada que vas para arriba. Momentum está apuntando para arriba y también el MACD empieza a apuntar para arriba en la diaria. Nada más, para que lo tengan presente. Este es el primero. El segundo corto, que es el que más sentido tiene, si quieres esperar, es el de los 62. Que es aquí. ¿Y cómo lo invalidas? Yo diría que con estos 64. Porque si te llevas los 64, vas a venir a 65 y después probablemente a 67. También tienes corto en los 65, con una invalidación en los 67. Pero el primero está aquí donde estás. El segundo está en 62 y el tercero está en 65. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. All right. Let's do Tesla for a trade. And 1 second. Is Tesla for a trade? And then the same person's asking for another one, so no. Tesla and TDOC for investment.
All right, perfect. I'll do Tesla. Let me get that up.
TDOC. That's investment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, nice. So you're getting a nice busting action move on the daily, and you do see you're breaking out. Really, this move came off of the back of 415 getting reclaimed, and then also that daily SMA 200. So you are, going up to this point of the breakdown at 436. You are currently within a range. As long as you hold above 415, you're going to be more likely to go up to 436. And you can really see that this move up is going to be important to reclaim 436, because in doing so, you could just get back above that weekly median. But you are going to mentally note you haven't hit that weekly median really since you lost it back in June. This is going to be very important to dictate the moves moving forward for bulls and bears, because you do notice you have a massive weekly volatility setup here. So for me, for a trade, I would be looking for multiple closures above 415. I do believe that's going to be the key here for bulls to move up. You want to see something like this. That's going to be kind of key. It's good you reclaimed the SMA 200 and you got expansion. You have a daily trend shift here. So forming some kind of higher low and retesting 415 and holding, I believe, would be a good sign to actually see continuation up. It's kind of been the recipe. You just get back and hold above 415 and you will start moving up. But now that we're already at 428, basically hit 430 and went up to a wick high of 432, I do believe you should be actually looking for kind of a rejection at this weekly median and just gearing up for a retest at 415. So how I'm going to trade this is I'm going to be looking for that retest scenario at 415. I'm going to be scaling shorts at 436 and having a stop at 445. That way I can at minimum get a TP at 415. That plays the range, and most likely the first retest of the weekly median does reject. Now we're going to use this last weekly wick high here that was formed on May 26, because that was really the last major wick high before rejecting into that upward 436. And I do believe that's relevant with the median shifted right there. Price rallied up, went slightly past 436, found a rejection, and then came back down, closed below 436 before coming all the way down. The difference was you just couldn't hold 415. So for an easy trade on Tesla, I'm not really looking to be trading within the middle of this range. You're either looking for 415 to continue to hold, where there you can long. Your stop loss will easily be around 405, and you're just looking for 415 to hold. Or a short at 436, playing the weekly median. Your stop can be at 445.50, which is basically May 26 wick high. And you're looking for the median to reject, taking you back down to 415, where then that, if it holds, opens up that long trigger I just talked about. 415 is always going to be the big spot for me on Tesla, though. And as long as you are potentially closing above it, that's going to be the first bullish sign. But we know, one closure doesn't mean anything. You got to actually see the retest, bullish price structure forming. Even look at the daily silver cross. I mean, wouldn't you want the daily EMA9 to be hit? Two scenarios would mean this goes up, 436 rejects, and you consolidate, causing the 9 to move, or price does just reject 436, causing a move back down to 405. So just mentally note that, like, this is gearing up for a silver cross, and it is looking bullish above SMA 200. But really, I mean, as soon as you lose that 415 number, it is just going to be more likely you are going to start dumping towards 400 again. So I won't disregard this bullish setup. Any closures above 415 is a setup in a long stop loss at 405. And notice too, once you lose 415, that immediately goes to the stop loss. So that kind of be an indication. But really wait for 436 rejection, weekly median. If you do see 436 reclaim into this new week, that's going to be your first big sign that, yes, we may have formed a bottom. 415 got reclaimed, and we're actually looking for a move up to 460 and possibly all the way up to 482. Just basically filling all this out again. But until then, I'm still slightly cautious here. That's why I do believe the easy trade will be a 436 short. Just have your stop here. Because even here, if the bi-weekly closes here, you would want to see this bi-weekly 9 retested, and that is sitting at 400. So hopefully that makes sense. Really play the weekly estimate, basically the weekly median. Play that in confluence with your daily SMA 200. As long as you're above the SMA 200, more likely to move up to 436, where that does reject. If you do continue to hold above 415, that's a long trigger in itself. But you just don't have enough data to really be confidently longing this quite yet, especially with such a dramatic downtrend that you've seen on Tesla. I would want to see some more confirmation. We've had these moves up that didn't, sell off. We're talking about like pretty dramatic sell-offs too, like 18%, diminishing this entire move up. What told us that was just the fact that 415 wasn't holding. So let's flip that. Let's hold it. I do believe there's an easy short though here, and this is just still playing into a bearish setup. Weekly median loss, didn't fully retest it. Now we're green dodoing straight up to resistance. I know a little better just to wait at least if I'm going to long here, and that will mean 436 does get a reclaim. If you're trying to aggressively long, at minimum, wait for something like this on a daily. So that way you can make some kind of argument. But until then, I still sit on the 2 trades I get. Long at 415 if it continues to hold, or short at 436.
Thank you. After Farhan's, someone's asking, you guys sent the trade last Thursday for gold. How did you guys come up with TP2 and TP3?
They're all based off of major EMAs, but should I show my screen?
No, not right now. I'm saying after. Yeah, thank you. Tesla. Yo un poco más, de nuevo, aquí difiere un poco más a mi análisis macro de solamente ver una tabla. Y para mí, el truco para todo esto y lo que están creando ahorita es la idea de que esto nunca va a bajar, ¿ok? Esta es la narrativa nueva, la de, te está diciendo Elon Musk, no, es que la productividad con la inteligencia artificial está brutal, brother, no mames, no hay forma de que el mercado caiga. ¿No? Entonces, para un trade en Tesla tienes de 2 sopas. Esta tabla la conozco mejor que a mi vieja. Ahí les va. Aquí tienes 2 sopas. Habíamos platicado de que ibas a venir a la zona de los 370 y rebotar. Y tal cual, ¡pup!, como milagrito. Y ahora justamente estás ante esta resistencia en los 428. Aquí es bastante fácil. La línea meme verde que está aquí en los 414 es una línea muy importante para Tesla. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que aquí no te vas a meter en un corto acá. No lo hagan, está jugando esta estupidez para que no creas que se va a llevar esto. ¿Ok? En mi opinión. Y también lo que está diciendo Alex. Corto una vez que llegues a 460. Aquí. Aquí es corto y usas tu invalidación aquí arriba, o puedes usar la parte alta del gap en 475, ¿no? Pero el movimiento de cualquier trader que tendría sentido, sobre todo si estás viendo la semanal en Tesla y pones el HPDR, es, si te llegas a llevar los 4.35, te va a traer a la parte alta de acá. O tendrás una buena probabilidad de venir a 4.81. No es un alto histórico todavía, pero te lo pone más probable. ¿Ok? En la diaria ya estás por aquí arriba empezando a llegar. Por eso es la idea de que puedes encontrarte con un buen corto en esta zona. Pero la idea es esta. Aquí puedes ver que también tienes el SMI 200. El retesteo del SMI 200 deberías de hacerlo como un long. No donde estás ahorita. El retesteo de la zona de los 4.15, 4.18 es lo que vas a usar como un long. Y tu invalidación van a ser estos 405, 406, la vela de aquí abajo en la diaria. Y puedes ver cómo todos los putos CMA se están juntando ahí. Yo creo que esto trae bastante fuerza. Una vez más, recuerden, es que la productividad de la IA está definitivamente haciendo que todo el mundo se vuelva millonario. Es cuando sabes que, por eso para mí definitivamente vamos a tener ese movimiento culerísimo para abajo, eventualmente, no sé exactamente cuándo, pero lo vamos a tener y voy a estar al pendiente de ello. Entonces, si ahorita me da todos mis pompeos, ¿no? 12% en strategy, Coinbase está 12% arriba, Circle está 5%, pero de ayer nada más, nada mal. Empieza a verse bien el panorama. Voy a estar al pendiente porque esto es mentira. El que Tesla, según ellos, están rompiéndola porque ¿qué hace la inteligencia artificial para Tesla? Nada. Ahorita todavía nada. Esto es mentira. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que están haciendo? Creando una narrativa de esto nunca va a bajar. Cuando veas a tu Paco favorito hablar de que esto nunca va a bajar, ahí es cuando vamos a correr por la puerta, cabrones. Por ahora no. Por ahora tienes tu long de vuelta en esta zona de los 415, 418, tu SMI 200 o esta zona de los 415, yo usaría los 415 como la zona. Y tu invalidación estaría aquí abajo en los 405. Esto te debería dar ese gran golpe a la alza en Tesla. Ya lo tienen. Ready, señor, for TDOC.
Alrighty. Does this stand for Trump Donald on chain? Oh no, Teladoc Health.
Trump does on-chain better than you, bitch.
That indeed he does. He's up 1.5 billion.
Not bad.
1.5 buckaroos.
Not bad.
And people just use that as an excuse to bitch instead of appreciating the masterful genius, the masterful capitalism that was.
Listen, man, I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you.
No, it's not like any one of us wouldn't do that in the same position. Shit,
Exactly.
I'd be up 2.5 billion.
Everyone would. Everyone's just a little bitch because they can't.
Yeah.
They don't have insiders information, pussies.
Just get some insider information. Stupid.
Just do some illegal shit. And now you'll get caught because you're a nobody. But, you know, try it at least.
At least try. Don't go to your grave poor without at least trying.
Yeah.
All right. So 6 months on Teladoc Health, it's currently flipped up, but you are getting a ticking down, or momentum is starting to tick down from the neutral zone. It's not anything of really concern, especially since you are getting a move into the median, and usually this would give you a price rejection or sharp rejection of the median. Sure, the 6 month candle is just opening now. This is the first tick into it, and anything could happen in the next 6 months. It's an eternity, and literally quite is an eternity, especially in stocks. or not really that much in stocks in general, but stocks with not that much history, yeah, it's eternity. And that median is currently at around $9.08. So we do have to recheck or revisit this in the next like 5.5 months to see where it's at that point, to see if we're still around the median, or if we've projected it massively. Because if we have started to accept over the median, then you're likely going to see some busting action on this thing towards the 6-month 5, which currently is around like $11.75. It is going to take, in this situation where you do hit the 5, it likely would take a long time to play out. So this likely will drop a few times, and that would put you maybe towards somewhere around like this area here. I would just be purely guessing at that point, but likely will drop a little bit. And anything else here? No, volatility starting to tick up from 0% also. Quarterly is also flipped up, with volatility starting to tick up from 0%. Quarterly jewels completely skipping the neutral phase, going directly into buy. And you did close. Let me see. Let me zoom in. Get my little eyes above there. I think you closed like a ball sack here above the median, right here, ever so slightly above the median. And you also opened above it, so then that would give you a target towards the 9, which currently is lining up with that $11 zone. Let's see if we can get a better entries on the low time frames. Monthly is also closing over the 38.2%. It's closing below, but it's opening above, so it's kind of similar. And as long as you're holding that 38.2% at $8.56, you're likely going to bust up to somewhere around $12, which is 78.6 as at this moment. Forming some. Are you forming? This close is 9.56. So you're forming some hidden bearish divergence currently because you have taken out all of these previous highs on momentum, with price still making a lower high. But this requires a close below, what is this number? $6.74 to confirm. Then that gives you a retest of these lows here. Little unlikely as at this moment. And the monthly jewel is now exiting the bearish control zone. The last time you have been in this bearish control zone since August of 21. Been a long time since you've been in that bearish control zone. The last time you've never actually exited, been in the bearish control zone and exit before. So it's quite large, or quite a big change in structure in this, that you have now exited the bearish control zone. This goes along with getting above the 38.2%. You've always been below this 38.2%. So it's not that crazy to see that busting actually move to $11 now after that major change. 2-week is also currently flipped up, with volatility expanding. 2-week is, I believe, also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, and you're getting very extreme here on momentum. So if you were to see that move into $11, that likely will be a local top for a little while, and probably is going to see a nice little pullback from there, especially since it's going to be getting above the 100% range. Weekly is also flipped up. Weekly is also getting volatility expansion. Weekly is also getting quite extreme here on momentum and the HPDR. You're close to getting a weekly silver cross. This is probably going to take like 3 more closes for this to confirm. 5 days also getting momentum, flipping up, with volatility currently expanding. 5 days also close to a silver cross. Is any divergence pending here? This close is at 901, so no longer. Once you get a close over 901, there's no longer going to be hidden bearish divergence forming. If you reject that and get a close below, then you will still have the bearish divergence, the hidden bearish divergence. 2 days currently flipped up, getting quite extreme on momentum and volatility. Maybe you get that move towards $10 to $11. That would put you in the extreme zone, and then you're likely going to see a pullback if you do reach those areas. Daily it's also flipped up, getting quite extreme, around 93%. Daily from here, you'd want to see a close over $9.08, and then you can see a move into some around mid-9s to 10s. Let's see if I can find any decent entry. I don't really see anything because it's just so extreme. The only place I could see an entry into this to right along this is if you put in a local top here, come back down to retest somewhere around like $7, and then maybe 770, and then from there I can see an entry. Otherwise, I think you're just chasing. Let's go to RSI. Mm-hmm. 6 months got a local bottom. bearish control zone is currently at $8.31. So if you do see a move into $8 or $8.31, that would be an ideal entry zone. Wouldn't necessarily have to wait to 7.75, and then from there you'd be targeting $11. That'd be one hell of a trade. Quarterly is also putting in a local bottom. The bearish control zone is currently at $16. This will update though. Monthly has bullish divergence. The bullish control zone is currently at $10. 2-week has bullish divergence. Bullish control zone is at 9.45. Little Sipsky. Weekly is in the bullish control zone. Simple moving average is at $7. 5-day simple moving average is around. The critical zone is actually at 7.79. That's interesting. 7.80. 2 days got hidden bullish divergence. The simple moving average is at $8. Bullish control zones at 7.70. Lines up with anywhere between 7.70 to $8. And this last major low is at 6.74. So basically, the idea would be your entry would be somewhere around 7.70 to $8. You would have your hard stop at $6.74, and you'd be aiming for $11 for your first target. So let's see how much that would be. 770. Let's take it from there. This is about 11.7% against you versus $11. Let's be front run it and let's front run it and put it at 10.50, and that would be about like 35% in your favor versus 11%. That's 3-1 there, and if you would actually take it to $11, that's like 42%. Pretty fucking awesome. Let's go into the daily. Daily also puts you at 7.90 for the simple moving average. 4 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $8.64. And then this sends you into about 9.18, 9.20, somewhere in there. Okay, let's look at momentum. T-Doc. Quarterly momentum is currently freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $4.92. And your 9 is currently sitting around $11. Monthly is currently also flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $4.69. Nice number. And monthly is also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence here. A little unlikely to confirm it as of now, though. 2-week is also flipped up, and it's going to be up with volatility expanding as long as you're closing over 538. And this one's also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, although a little unlikely to confirm it. Weekly is also flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 834 with volatility expanding, close to getting a silver cross. 5 days also up as long as you're closing over 794. I like to see where these pivots are. 2 days also flipped up as long as you're closing over 826. Daily is also flipped up as long as you're closing over 849. And 8 hours flipped up as long as you're closing over 849, same number. And 4 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over $8.90. Okie dokie. So on the high time frames, it does seem like you are getting a major shift. You are getting something that you have never happened, where momentum is getting out of the bearish control zone, where it's been there for where you never had momentum enter into the bearish control zone and then exit, and that would currently at a minimum take you up towards the quarterly 9, which is currently sitting around $11, $11.20, and you also have gotten a quarterly closure over the 5, which you have been below since $157. Long time you've been below that 5 EMA. So getting a closure back above it is very significant, along with quarterly momentum flipping back up. Right now, I just would wait for a better entry. Maybe split. Maybe it doesn't really matter considering how much of upwards move the the higher the TP is, and you don't really need leverage for that either. So that would be up to your discretion how big your huevos are, where you would want to if you want to wait for the better entry. That would put you towards somewhere around $8 to $7.80, and you do have some setups that target that. That would put like 11% against you for that last major daily low, in favor for $10.50 at a very reasonable, like even front running it by a lot on the 9. But if you were to actually take it towards $11.20, that'd be closer to 50% in your favor versus around 11 to 12% against you. So that's pretty good there. But if you would want to, you based off of the ROI, if it's in your personal favorable range, you could enter here. That's up to you. I personally prefer to wait for somewhere around $7.80 to $8. I wouldn't want to just buy this massive green candle, but I do understand that it's a large move, so it's up to you, depending on if you want to wait or not.
Thank you, señor. Gonna do the second draw. Voy a dar los otros $3,000 que estamos dando con Bitunix para que tradeen, mis estimados, a los ganadores del miércoles, del día de hoy, y el viernes tenemos los otros $3,000 para un total de $9,000 esta semana también, dados en USDT para ustedes. Voy a empezar con el primero de $1,500. Vamos a ver quién se lleva esta lana. Recuerden que para participar tienes que depositar en Bitunix y también tradear. Si ya estás tradeando y haciendo esas cosas, hazlo. Si no, no te metas a este torneo, por el amor de Dios. Es solamente para la gente que activamente está tradeando. Úsenlo con nosotros y ya con eso están del otro lado. Vamos a ver. bit@passmail.net. Esto nunca habías ganado, así que felicidades, mi estimado. Te llevas $1,500 en, ¿cómo se llama? En USDT. Recuerda que para poder simplemente canjear tu premio, vas a venir a la campanita de la derecha y picarle ahí. Te va a dar un cupón con estos 1,500 en futuros para que tradees. Así que ahí lo tienes. Vamos con los $1,000 que siguen para el segundo lugar del día de hoy, damas y caballeros. Debería empezar al revés, ¿no? De 500 para arriba, pero bueno. ¿Quién se lleva los $1,000 el día de hoy? Vamos a ver. Ok, random guy. Ahora sí que un güey random se lo llevó. Felicidades, mi estimado. $1,000 en futuros para ti. Recuerda también aquí en la campanita, pícale para que te dé tu cupón y con eso lo puedes canjear instantáneamente. Vamos con el último. Los $500 que tocan, mis estimados. Aquí los tenemos para todos ustedes en vivo y en directo, a todo color. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver. Y el último ganador de estos $500 es JT7. A ti sí te he visto ganar, así que felicidades otra vez. Y de nuevo, ¿por qué ven ganadores repetidos? No hay tanta gente haciendo esto. Pero recuerda, mucha gente dice, güey, si no hay tanta gente, yo también ya me metí. Pero hay gente que está tradeando con un volumen loco. Es algo que tienen que tener en mente también, ¿ok? Pues ahí lo tienen, $3,000 a casa. Felicidades a los ganadores y esto es gracias a Bitunix y ustedes usando nuestro enlace para tradear con Bitunix y Elite Trading Academy. Ahí lo tienen, estimados. Vámonos de vuelta a las tablas, como chingados, ¿no? Si a fin de cuentas de esto se trata. Esta es una tabla bastante trágica. Este fue el mínimo del 2016. Estamos por debajo, pero ahora tiene cara que Momentum está empezando a despertar después de ver este movimiento a la baja y está retomando el promedio del 34 después de haberlo perdido en la de 2 semanas. En el 2021, nada mal. Así que está regresando. Tiene cara de que esto podría funcionar. Simplemente cuando estás analizando una tabla así, abres tus rangos, ¿no? No necesitas ser un pinche genio para entender que este es tu medio del rango. Y aquí lo tienes. Bien. ¿Dónde le meto? Puedes hacer dos cosas. Puedes esperar a que te dé un movimiento, un retesteo por acá en los 7.90, más o menos, que es el entre $8 y 7.90. O puede que revientes acá y el retesteo de los 9.24 es donde te quieras trepar siempre y cuando aguante. Si te metes aquí en los 7.90, tu invalidación está aquí en los 6.27. Porque si te llevas los 6.27 para abajo, simplemente va a ser un nuevo mínimo. Es lo que tienes que usar para las dos. Así que si quieres entrar ahorita, bien, pero te hacen una pinche velota verde que vamos a ver la diaria cómo se ve. La hora no está. Exactamente, por eso esta zona sería tan importante, estos 7.80 a $8 para que puedas entrar y de ahí pues que haya continuación, ¿ok? Ah, bien, ahí lo tienes, mi estimado, ahí lo tienes, felicidades. Ya tuviste el retesteo del 200, entonces no esperes que aquí vaya de nuevo a funcionar. Debería ser esta la zona donde funcione, ¿ok? Y de nuevo, ¿cuál es tu invalidación? Justamente esto, 7, no, sí, eso, no, aquí, 6.20, estos bajos. Yo sí usaría estos, 6.80, en realidad. Te llevas estos, ¿por qué vergas no vas a caer más? Es más claro en la semanal o en la de 2 semanas, pero bueno. Ahí lo tienes, mi estimado tío. Vale. So now it's the explanation for the gold trade that you guys posted on Thursday. If you posted it, then you, Farhano, and then we'll go into Alex. For 1 second, so that he's ready. Coffee, KC1, exclamation.
Ah, perfect. Should be bullish.
I don't know. Now apparently inflation is like taking a pause. Well, I think they just want to drive the markets up until elections. That's what I'm betting on.
I looked at KC1. I didn't see it. I was typing coffee though. Coffee C.
Let me see
it.
KC1 exclamation.
Okay.
And then it appears as KC.
Oh, yeah.
Coffee C futures.
Okay.
Not the Russian one.
Oh, okay. The other one.
All right, Mr. Farhano, we're ready for your gold bullshit.
All right, let's go with my bullshit. So the TP on that is based off of, well, the whole idea is based off of the loss of the monthly 9. This has been holding the monthly 9 this entire way through on this massive uptrend from around like $1,800. It's been holding that 9 into like $5,500, $5,600 on the chart, and now this move on this previous month is the first time you have lost that 9, and from there we would be targeting the 21. The last time you did lose the 9, you did get, or every single previous time you lost the 9, you got moved to the 21 at a minimum, and that 21 currently puts us around that 3,800, is at the 3,850 region, which was that TP on that long. I mean on that short. And right now, if you do see any type of move up, any move into the 9 is going to be another short, and that brings you into anywhere from 4,250 to 4,300. Anywhere in that region would just be another opportunity for a short for that eventual move into that 21. It's going to be more of those, one of those like when rather than if type of things, where if you get a move into that 9, it just should be welcome as an opportunity to short that into the 21, or if you've already taken that short from the 4,500 levels, then you can just ride that out into the 21, maybe add to it at the 9. Otherwise, more so looking for that eventually that 21 to get tested. So you go down, you're also getting momentum still flip to the downside on the 2-week, now entering into the bearish control zone. Not what you'd really want to see if momentum was going to flip up here and go put in the bottom. Plus your pivot is so much higher than price action, also not what you'd want to see. More likely this is going to end up coming down a little bit. Also go into the weekly. That's kind of lining up sort of with your 100, which is going to eventually meet once it rises a little bit more. And 100 is where you kind of deviated from before this entire like busting action happened around that 1,800 level. So, and you never really came back to test it at all since then. And so likely you will get a little bit of a bounce from that 100. So, and this is kind of front running it a little bit at 3,850. 3,800 is kind of 3,800 to 3,850. Come to daily. And our daily also is flipping up, but putting in a local bottom here. So if this does give you that move into that 4,200 region, it would just be another opportunity for that short. And then your stop would be at like 43.85, somewhere in that zone for this lower high. And from there, you'd be looking for that quarterly target of that 21 at I believe it was the 9, actually, that 3,800-ish level. It was the monthly 21 at 3,800-ish.
Sorry, also, the time frame was the weekly that you were using?
The monthly.
The monthly. So with the 21, right?
Yeah.
Basically. And what was TP3?
The third one is around, let me go down. It's at 2,500.
Oh, that's ambitious, my friend.
Yeah, I don't think that one's going to get hit.
Yeah, it's basically almost a 100 EMA. At least that would take a very long time.
And I think I front ran it at 2,800.
Nice, that's smart. Right here, yeah. Ok. Para el trade del oro es sencillo. Vienes en una tendencia bajista, simplemente el promedio del 21 es el siguiente lugar en la mensual y ese es un promedio gigantesco que no has tocado desde el 2022. Entonces, 2023, perdón, en la mensual, justamente acá en septiembre del 2023. Tienes que venir a retestearlo, por eso era ese y el segundo son más o menos por acá en los 2500. Por eso los escogió como zonas. All right, Alex, we're ready for KC1 coffee.
An investment, I'm thinking, or trade?
Trade, because this motherfucker, no investing.
I see, okay. Well, yeah, you're just looking at the bigger range forming here on coffee to the downside. You kind of almost had that the last 6 months. Loss of 320 took you almost down to support at 220. Found support at 245. Now you're moving up. What do you see here on the quarterly? This is potentially a quarterly retest. You also get retest at 321, but you should be looking at your quarterly 5 first. That's been the easy spot to really be looking at least KC1. Losing it led to the major dump. You're still under the quarterly 9, and you're rallying up right under the quarterly 5. So for a trade, I would be looking at scaling shorts in this region. Short zone at 312 all the way up to 320. The stop loss is just a little harder. You had a pretty big rejection. And if you do end up going to 320, this could potentially start trend shifting. Now on that lower low break after the lower high, and I'll just throw on the trend wave catalyst so we all can see that. If you end up going to 320, I guess it doesn't even show that. I'll just throw it on bi-weekly. It'll probably show it there. There you go. See that? Going up to 320, we'll start trend shifting this. But with the new monthly and new quarterly, I still have to stand on the idea that this is bearish under 320. And you should be looking for shorts. Now, I mentioned that short zone at 321. And where would our stop loss be? Well, you'd just be looking at a stop loss at like 337. And understand, you can cut this trade as soon as this daily SMA 200 is reclaimed. I'm not one to really long the EMA 100 to the SMA 200 and the asset I'm not familiar with, like KC. So rather, I'll just sit on my hands, wait for the easy short, have confluence of that with a quarterly 5, use the monthly and even the bi-weekly to kind of look for a rejection here. And again, visually, you'll see there, you're just testing the 34. So you could, in fact, reject here. And that's why I mentioned a range at 311. 312 to like 320. Because remember, you're just testing the quarterly 5 currently. Let's look at the HBDR real fast and see if we get any kind of confluence of this trade. And you do get confluence with a quarterly median at like 330 zone. So right, quarterly median just got lost for the first time ever. We're rallying up, puts more fuel on the idea that this most likely is coming down. So yeah, I'm pretty, bearish on coffee, but bearish in quotation marks. It's just a new range. Once you reach 223, that's the spot you should be looking to really see hold. You had multiple months of consolidation before capitulating, just like multiple months of chop before pumping. So you should be looking at that 220 zone as kind of an area, easy area to sell. Even monthly, look at the bearish retest, confluence of 311, 312 short zone now. So I stand on what I mentioned. This is now just any downtrend. You are, if you reach 320s, potentially retesting the macro, the monthly downtrend. But remember, if you even break that, you need a higher low, you need chop, and then you'll need to break this high. So even if you, let's say, trend shift, you don't have confirmation of that. After a multi-month downtrend, this could just start forming into a massive bull trap. The only way is if you don't take out last month's major green dildo. Don't take the lows out. Specifically, take out March high, get back above 320s and hold it. That'll start really equating to a move to the upside. But until then, for a trade, you're looking to start shorting 311 to 327. Daily SMA 200, your line in the sand. And you can have an easy hard stop loss at about 340s. That way, then, even if the monthly goes in for the retest, you're not fully getting taken out. And then remember, it's all about that median becoming loss. So here, even if you have that stop loss at 340, you test the monthly, quarterly median, you still potentially have a buffer there. So hopefully that makes sense. I think the easy trade lies at the bearish retest perspective. Monthly HBDR isn't a breakdown. Daily SMA 200 just got lost. And your quarterly median just got lost for the first time in a very long time. I'd be looking at coffee as weak. I'm really looking for shorts around 320. And as long as you stay under 340 with no reclaim above 330, this is going to result into a bearish move. And this is just a short squeeze up. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense with KC. And even look at the daily HBDR ranges. Look at the weekly. You're approaching the extremity up there at around the, what is that, the 88.3. And then even see that bi-weekly, no breakout, as long as you're under the 38.2%. So you can really just see how this is a big zone. Remember that quarterly losing the 5 and retesting the 5 is in a bearish setup. So many things are confluent on this trade. Hopefully that makes sense. And remember, you can start longing KC if you get back above daily SMA 200. But until then, just let that kind of be your line in the sand.
Thank you. Perfect. Ok, café. Puedes ver una cosa, estamos viendo un gráfico mensual. Tienes este alto, este bajo, un alto más alto y luego tienes un bajo más alto. ¿Esto qué es? La M de McDonald's, ¿no? La famosísima M de McDonald's que viste en Bitcoin en el tope. ¿A qué estás apostando ahora? A un alto más bajo con un rechazo que te lleve para abajo. Es como cuando Bitcoin llegó a los $98,000, básicamente. No, voy a regresar. Está acá. Esta es una zona que Alex está viendo donde podrías claramente entrar en corto y poner una invalidación en el alto de esta vela, en los 340. ¿Por qué? Y voy a poner esto. Para empezar, tienes en la mensual esta gran divergencia bajista. Puedes ver que este alto es más alto acá, pero en el precio es mucho más bajo. Es una divergencia bajista y ya está confirmada. Entonces, vas para abajo. Aquí la cosa es, cuando pones el HBDR encima de eso, dame un segundo, en la diaria, por ejemplo, estás ya en el 97%. Y aquí arriba tienes tu SMA 200 que está llegando por acá en la diaria. En la semanal ya estás acá en el 78% y estarías viendo más o menos este 88% si es que llegas acá para hacerle un corto. Por eso estamos volteando a ver esta zona como una zona de rechazo. Puede ser aquí, pero también porque tienes este alto de acá, puedes usar esto y invalidarlo acá y si te saca, volver a entrar en 322 e invalidarlo con este de aquí arriba en los 370, ¿por qué sube tanto? En realidad arriba de los 340 es lo que deberías de estar viendo, porque eso, si llegas a treparte aquí, podría subir más, porque en la trimestral la media está en los 332. Entonces, lo que esperas es que te rechace esta zona para ir para abajo e ir a hacer un nuevo mínimo. Y tu take profit estaría básicamente en el 34, en los 227, para que lo tengas ahí puesto directo al grano. Ok. Vamos con la siguiente, que sería, dame un segundo, tengo 39 pantallas abiertas. Okay, BlackBerry for a trade, believe it or not. Ooh.
Let's see how that is. That was, oh, it's almost to our short zone. Okay.
Wait. There you go.
All right, BlackBerry. BB. I would have thought BB would have been Best Buy. Alrighty. Okay, BlackBerry's forming some bearish divergence here with higher high on price, massively higher high on price, with a lower high here on momentum. It's going to be a little bit difficult as of now to confirm it. It will have to close below about $12.17, which is how much percentage lower than price currently? Like 32% to the downside currently. Unlikely that will confirm as of now, but as you go on, it's going to be easier to confirm it. Okay. And today currently is flipping back up with the buy signal here. Let's go into, and the jewel's getting a bearish cross here now with the pink dropping below the yellow. Previously it was going to cross, but then they started diverging a little bit, and now they are starting to cross again. Although you have not closed to confirm that cross just yet. And you're getting that buy signal, which makes it possible they could diverge again. But you do get closed in about 1 day and 4 hours, so very soon. Going to the daily. Daily is also above the 97.5%. Getting very extreme here on the HPDR. More likely than not, you will see a pullback sometime soon. Going to the 4 hour. 4 hours also getting a rejection from the 97.5%. So this would be a short-term, low time frame short available here. Very low risk. You would have your stop at this wick high. And this is a risk of 2.4% against you, versus you're looking for a tap of that 38.2%, which is around 15 to 16% in your favor. Not bad. So basically, yeah, that would be the short-term idea short. But let's look into the RSI and see if that lines up. BB, BlackBerry. 2 days forming some bearish divergence here. What is the current high? It is 1837. Okie dokie. And the bullish control zone's at 1459. Daily is also forming bearish divergence. Bullish control zone's at $15. Lines up with that 2-day bullish control zone. 12 hours also forming bearish divergence. Bullish control zones at $15. Lines up. 8 hours also forming bearish divergence. Bullish control zones at $15. 4 hour simple moving average is at 1526. Bullish control zones at 1469. Nice number. Okie dokie. Let's go back to the 4 hour. And that would have been moved down to 21, right around $15. 1837. Okay, now let's look at momentum. Berry. Come on, there you go. 2-day momentum is freshly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence and momentum, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1574. Oh, I like to see that pivot is right around $15. Daily is currently also flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing above 1354. And you're also putting in possibility of bearish divergence here. Also on the 2-day. 12 hours also flipped up, possibility of bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1350 with already confirmed hidden bullish divergence. 8 hours also flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, but a possible bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1350. 4 hours flipped up. It is going to flip down with any close over. Actually, it just flipped down with a close below $18.02. So now this is going to flip down to 4 hour. 2 hours also firstly flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 1827. So also momentum lines up with it. That the local top is likely in somewhere around this region. So you could take a very, very, very what do you call it? Razor margin or razor thin stop loss short here, where you lose basically nothing if you were wrong. We're at that 1837 zone, and your TP is at $15, which lines up with several of your setups here, lining up with the HPDR plus with the RSI targets off the bearish divergence, and that is like 20% in your favor versus like 2 point something percent against you, like 2.5% against you. Pretty awesome trade there. That would be trying to catch the top, basically betting that the top would be in right now. That'd be the only trade I could see here on short time frames. I wouldn't see a buys around here in any like logical at all. That would just be trying to catch the wave after it's already played out, and that you're probably just gonna lose a lot of money instead of being wrong on this, where you would just lose 2.5%. You could be wrong by a lot if this were to drop 20% and you just spot up here. So the only trade I would take here would be that short, stop at that 1837 and target $15.
So how would you invalidate it?
The current high at 1837.
As is. That's pretty good.
That's very small against you.
Yeah. Thank you. Ok, estamos viendo BlackBerry, aunque no lo crean, damas y caballeros. Esto no es el 2008, es el 2026. Esta Copa del Mundo traída para ti por Telemundo. Confíe, pero no confíes en ellos. Son unos hijos de puta. Pero qué buenas transmisiones de fútbol. Sobre todo comparado en Estados Unidos. Nuestro mega short que habíamos cantado no ha tocado por 30 centavos, un pedazo así, que es... No, por 10 centavos. Pero la buena noticia es que aquí se está activando el short y lo que puedes hacer simplemente por las divergencias bajistas que existen y que estás justamente acá es usar este máximo de acá como invalidación. Si te puedes meter tal cual donde estás un poco más arriba y solamente invalidarlo en el tope de esta vela, porque empieza a haber ya divergencias bajistas, como acá puedes ver este máximo, que esto es más alto ya, pero es más bajo en el RSI. Eso nos está diciendo que vamos para abajo, mi estimado BlackBerry, de nuevo. Estos son los rips que, de nuevo, yo creo que este es importante para la gente de ver, porque hay muchas tablas que van a ser así, donde todo el mundo crea que compró en una empresa de mierda todo este downturn y que vea esto y en vez de salirse, digan, a huevo, güey, ya le pegué. Nel, güey, es para salirte. Y justamente acá es lo mismo. Entonces, cuando estás comprando una empresa que ya valió verga desde el 2008 y ves este tipo de pompazos, te sales, tío. Es la idea principal de todo esto. Y usar de invalidación el tope de esta vela tal cual como la tienes el día de hoy. Vamos con la que sigue. Meta for a trade, please. Although they're chasing now.
Let's see here. Meta for a trade. Chasing. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, first let me get the rainbow chart off. Let's kind of see the weekly, not the quarterly, and kind of see the bigger picture. Had a nice move down. It's just hard because after the lower low break, you did take out the lower highs. You maybe are forming a higher low, but again, lower highs. You're in that tricky spot in the chart where it could go up, could go down, and yes, literally up or down. But we know some things, right? We're at the EMA 34 on the weekly, so that's instant resistance. You are under $638. That's a big spot for Meta to either reclaim or reject. And you do see the weekly is getting back above the 100 and the 9, but we haven't retested that yet. So instantly puts this in kind of a late longing zone. You'd be waiting for this weekly candle to close, and you'd be looking for longs here. As long as the weekly EMA 100 holds, you're looking for that to be a consolidation zone before moving up. Confirmation of a bottom is once you get back above $638 on a weekly candle closure. So if you keep testing the weekly EMA 100 and holding it, not taking out this week's low, this is a long trigger technically. But that's a wide stop loss, and that's like a trade that really dictates into next week and is patience. patience will pay type of trade. Here now, I don't see why you wouldn't just take the risk to reward on a short 625 to 638, and just have a stop at 642. You're looking for a trade something like this. And then there, we know we're not being an aggressive long. We can then play the short trade to the weekly EMA 100 and the 9, and maybe get the retest trade while also TPing a pretty nice short. That's kind of what I do see here. 34 was the last big spot that rejected Meta, and you can see upon testing the 34 and 638 in this exact same region, Meta did end up dumping 15%. Do I think we're about to dump 15%? Really unsure, but what I know for sure is most likely you will get a retest here. What was solid resistance for the last few weeks is possibly getting a reclaim. That's a good case to take out some late longs. So I do believe that the short is easier here. And as long as you're just not taking out 642, anywhere in between that is a entry for a short. Now let's see if we get confluence of a daily. Okay, cool. So yeah, daily is telling us SMA 200. You are testing the EMA 100 right now. So notice how that's not activated quite yet until you get back above the daily EMA 100. And you do see the daily buy trigger will be on the 34. That was resistance. You want to see that flipped into support at 590. So yeah, you're at resistance. And then even HVDR is probably at the extremity here. Yeah, you're at the 88.3. How we know if we're going to break up to 648, possibly taking out our stop loss? If you get the pullback and you don't start breaking under the daily EMA 100. But two things there. You'll need to get the reclaim first and then hold it. So that's why this still is in a short zone today. Because right, aggressive bulls would be betting on this not getting lost without even reclaiming. And that's aggressive. Yeah, nothing really on that. Okay, and then yeah, confluence just being a monthly EMA 9 retest just shows kind of the weakness, but then also the fuckery because you're holding the 34, you're between the 21, and you're rejecting the 9. So you are still playing within the monthly moving averages, which is a good sign because you don't want to lose this 34. You take out last month's low, this is cooked, and you're probably going to dump down to 480s to possibly all the way down to 380s. So I still stand on, I think a short's easier here. You're looking for a short trade within this zone. As long as you don't take out $642 is a short entry. You'll know that your stop loss will get taken out at 642. So long as you reclaim daily EMA 100 for 2 to 3 daily candle closures, understand that if you do end up reclaiming that, you might just go up to the SMA 200. That's at $647. So you might just tap that and then reject. Really, there's no major bull market under the daily SMA 200 for a chart like Meta. So that at least gives you an easy perspective on, okay, you get back above 638, reclaim daily SMA 200, and yeah, you're going to move up to 670 and possibly all the way up to 700. But until then, this is a pretty easy risk to reward short zone. And it does play just simply the weekly 34 at the same exact spot that rejected back in early June. You do see you are under that weekly median. Technically into next week, next target will be right in a 600 confluence of a TP zone. If you start scaling shorts here, have your stop loss at 642, TP at 600. Only when you lose the weekly EMA 100 will this really start becoming cooked. And there you get a target all the way down to 480s. So hopefully that makes sense. This is kind of a trickier chart because, still overall things are down, but they could be shifting up. Like this could be the next higher low, but this could also be the next lower high on the monthly. So we're just a little unsure. And with the monthly 9 not fully reclaiming makes it a little more tricky. So I will use our triggers on the daily in confluence with that weekly. So really watch this EMA 100. Watch 600 and really pay attention to your SMA 200. Meta is showing us that we're in a pretty big spot with this chart. And it's, a little too early, I think, to be calling, big moves as long as you are above 600 to the downside. But also it's kind of too early to be calling for big moves to the upside on Meta as long as you're under its SMA 200. So up or down.
Thank you. Mira, la razón por la que lo quieren ver es porque hoy está pompeando, pero si lo ves en la mensual, por ejemplo, puedes ver que estás en una clara tendencia bajista, 2 semanas, clara tendencia bajista, pero puedes ver algo y puedes notar algo rapidísimo. De este mínimo a este tienes un bajo más alto. Y mientras tengas este alto más bajo que este, claro que estás en una tendencia bajista, pero aquí no hay nada que te diga que no puedas reventar esto, venir acá y continuar a la alza, ¿no? Es básicamente eso. Y Meta ha estado en una tendencia bajista desde agosto del 2025, lleva ya un año en esto. Lo que puedes notar es que el 34, que es literalmente, un segundo, el 34, el promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca que viene acá, es lo que te está rechace y rechace. Lo que te aguantó, acá te rechazó, acá te aguantó, pero después te rechazó, acá dice que te aguantó, pero después te rechazó y acá te ha estado rechazando. Ahora, el pedo de esto es que estás entrando tarde en un trade. Esto para mí no tiene sentido alguno, pero quieres ser un degenerado y quieres apostar bien. Esto para mí va más como en tendencia alcista, simplemente también por temporalidad y lo que yo personalmente creo. No hay nada que te diga que esto no se esté dando la vuelta, pero me voy a ir a meter a la semanal para que lo veas más de cerca. Y lo mismo con el 34 en la semanal. Lo puedes ver acá como te ha rechazado y rechazado y rechazado y rechazado. Tienes también un cruce plateado aquí a la baja que estás retesteando en este momento. La idea es, uno, deberías entrar en long, pero tu invalidación está muy abajo, tío. Muy abajo, ¿no? De aquí a acá es un estrecho grande. Luego que puedes jugar es un corto en esta zona con una invalidación acá en los 642.50 con estos altos. Es lo que puedes jugar. ¿Tiene sentido? A mi punto de vista no, pero es lo que podrías hacer. Una vez más, cuando estás entrando en algo que ya se movió, ya vas tarde. Ya cuando viste el 10% que te metió, ¿no? Que es lo que literalmente el FOMO que le está dando a todo el mundo, ya vas tarde al movimiento. Entonces, y también lo saben, tío, no es como que te van a dejar subirte, o sea, va a ser un sacudeo por acá, pero por ahora estaría recuperando el promedio del 100, que es este promedio que está aquí abajo, el rojo, y si lo recuperas, deberías de venir a retestearlo para tu long. Pero una vez más, tu invalidación está hasta acá abajo, que lo pone bastante difícil. Por eso da estos movimientos meta, para que no te subas a ninguna de las dos. Por eso te da este tipo de mega pompazos acá, para que tu invalidación esté muy alta y en tu próximo abrir te quede la invalidación muy lejos. Lo hace a propósito. Así que si te metes en corto acá y digamos que le pegas, tu take profit debería de ser esta zona que es donde puedas ir en long. Pero el pedo de entrar en long acá es, una vez más, estás muy lejos de la invalidación a la baja, ¿ok? Muy lejos. Bien, entonces. Solana for a trade. Another one that I think already ran away.
Alrighty.
Could be a short, but seems fucking suicidal.
I too am suicidal. Oh, wait, no, I am not. I don't have any incriminating information on Hillary Clinton, so I'm okay. Okay, dokie. Now we will get into the 2-day on this. Momentum is flipped up now on the 2-day. We are brushing up against the 38.2%, which is at around $78.50. We are freshly flipping back up, and we are rejecting the neutral, or flipping back up right at the neutral zone. Let's see if there's any divergence present here. We are forming some hidden bearish divergence also because we have taken out this high of momentum while price is making a lower high. This will confirm with any close below $65.87. So this is likely not going to confirm here, but if you reject from the median, reject from 38.2%. This is likely going to come down to the median and then go sideways in between the median and 38.2%. Then it'll become much easier to confirm it, and then you will only have to close below about $71.89. And then once you confirm it, that brings you down towards retesting these lows here at around $60. Let's go into the daily. Daily is also flipped up. Zoom in here. You're forming any bearish divergence. You are still making a lower high on momentum. While price is making a higher high, I believe. This is 73.94, and we are currently at, actually no, $77. So yeah, so we are making a higher high with lower high momentum. So that's putting in possible bearish divergence, and this will require a close below $71.89 to confirm. If you do confirm, it brings you down to $60. And let's see. You're getting over the 55 here. I just want to see a close over the 78.6. If you continue to reject the 78.6, likely it's going to come down. Otherwise, otherwise I prefer not to do anything. I wouldn't want to log this. 4 hours also looking a little toppy here. I am getting a little ahead of myself because it's only 1 hour into the candle, but it is kind of looking toppy. And this is coming off of a tap of the 78.6, which is your target from closing over the 38.2. This is at a lower high. It is indeed some bearish divergence between these points here. From here, for the tap of the 78.6, it likely will see at least a movement to the 5 EMA, which is around $76. So then the high is $78. Okie dokie. So the only one real trade that I could see here is maybe a short from 77, like 77.20. You have your stop there. That's 1.2% against you, and then you're looking for a move into 38.2%, like 3%, and then that move into 60-ish bucks. That puts you down towards about like 13 to 14%. Okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't really do anything else. Okay, now let's look into the RSI. About to hit the bullish control zone. It's at $83.21. Close to the 55, basically. Daily, it still has bullish divergence. The bullish control zone is at 78.75. At 83, you could put your stop loss at $88. I guess I'd rather not do anything unless you get that tap of 83, and then you could short that and just put your stop at 88. It's a $5 stop. Pretty awesome. 12 hours hidden bullish divergence. Target's $80. So minus this idea here. 4 hours got hidden bullish divergence. Critical zone's at $83. 2 hours got a local bottom. Critical zone's at 77.36. Let's look at momentum. Soilana Manlets. 2 days currently flipped up, breaking into the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 67.83. Daily is also flipped up as long as you're closing over 71.63. 12 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 74.51. Dailies, 8 hours currently flipped down, but will flip back up with any close over 76.69. 68, but we'll just round it up to 69. 4 hours currently flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 75.62. Okie dokie. 2 day. All right, so the idea before, I'm going to scratch that, and the new idea is anywhere around $80 to $83 is going to be the short. I wouldn't do anything unless you get that move up to $80 to $83. I wouldn't want to long up to that region because it's not really worth it. It's only a $6 move, and then short that area, and then your stop loss would be at $88, already bidding on this high, maintained as a lower high around 87.99, $88, and then from there your TP would be around. First one is at around $70, and the next one is at like $60. So if you were to take it from $83 right here, you get your stop that is around 6% against you, versus the movement to $70 is 15% in your favor, and then the movement to $60 is around 27% in your favor. Pretty good right there. Pretty awesome.
Great. Everything I said, I was muted. I was asking.
Oh, I thought you were doing that for like dramatic effect.
No. Sadly, no. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So what I'm saying is you get to the 100, you open your short there, and then you invalidate it with this high at 83.35.
Oh, beautiful. Then you can throw that on high leverage.
Yeah, right. Instead of like this one, because that's pretty high up at 88. That would be a pretty big move. When Solami's moves like a few dollars, like let's say from here to 88, that's 7%. So even a 10%, 10x short would be crazy.
Good point.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank
You okay?
sir. Yeah, I'm just stretching. My fucking foot's killing me though.
I gotta make sure.
Oh,
¿Está bien, señor?
no. Ok, Solana. Aquí el trade de Solana sería más como, piénsalo así. Estás volteando a ver Solana, tío. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que viniste al promedio del 100? Acá en 10 de mayo, ¿no? Ya pasó casi un mes. La otra vez fue acá, el 13 de junio. De enero, cabrón. Y apenas si lo tocaste. Entonces, ¿qué esperarías? Que esta vez, cuando vengas aquí arriba, mínimo te rechace la primera, ¿no? Entonces, aquí puedes entrar en un corto con fuerte apalancamiento si usas esta invalidación de acá, en 83.35. ¿Por qué esa? Bajo, alto, bajo, alto, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Esta, de acá en 83.55, déjame ver el número exacto para dártelo acá. En 83.26. Arriba 83.26, que sería esto, aquí lo invalidas. Y acá lo que esperarías es que toques y para abajo. No te quieres meter en long ahorita, porque esto puede echarse para atrás y después así. Entonces, más bien, el long lo verías si llegas a la zona de los 73, porque sería un retesteo del 34, pero ya veniste a retestearlo. Es justamente el promedio del 100, donde entras e invalidas aquí arriba. Y acá puedes, por lo ajustado que está en 81.50, esta invalidación es 2%. Ya te puedes meter con más apalancamiento que si usas la siguiente invalidación que está aquí arriba en 88. En lo que Solana va para arriba con divergencias alcistas, ¿no? Ahí lo tienes, mi estimado. ¿Cuál es el que sigue? Me veo. Mauricio, con lo que te están contando de que SK Hynix está metiendo 30 mil millones de dólares, bla, 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 y la chingada, y que van a diluir a los otros, eso quiere decir que los otros van a seguir subiendo. Todos ustedes tienen la misma narrativa. Ya hablamos de Tesla, ya hablamos de Tesla. Un segundo. Podemos ver MSTR, MicroStrategy, pero lo que estás buscando hacer, MicroStrategy está como que sube y baja. Alex, ¿podría analizarlo como un trade, por favor? Estoy dentro en $87. Quería ver si poder aprovechar esa situación para vender y comprar. Por eso te metes y agarras tus posiciones y te aguantas por un rato. 87 está aquí. ¿Crees que vas a poder tener una mejor entrada que lo que parece esto? Tal vez, pero el estrés va a estar de la verga. Te lo pongo. Alex, this dude bought MicroStrategy at 87. Should he sell because he's going to go lower and he can buy lower? That's the trade question that he's looking for.
Yeah, no, anywhere in the 80s is an opportunity zone for strategy. I mean, even on your chart, you can see it exactly. If you lose like the 72, 73, that's a concern. but anywhere from that range is an opportunity. So 81s, 2, 3, 4. So your entry at 87 still is an opportunity, and that's why you're even up over 10% on that. Is really now, if even Bitcoin makes lows, which we just saw, strategy did not make lows. It's exactly what you want to start seeing with like a bottom forming. It can easily retest the lows, and you can have multiple bites of the apple. We don't want it to make consistent lows anymore. Just, flirt with 80s, and that's it. So I don't think you should sell in anticipation for lower. If it goes lower, just buy more, and that's it.
Yeah. Exactamente. Tal cual como te digo. Como puedes ver, Bitcoin hizo un nuevo mínimo. Strategy no. Strategy lo tocó acá y ahora está arriba todo esto. Está retestando el promedio del 9. No vale la pena el estrés de a ver si puedes volver a comprar acá o acá, que es donde tú compraste, ¿no? Ya tienes una excelente entrada. Ve lo poco que ha estado el precio aquí. Esto es una diaria, ¿no? Entonces has tenido un día, 2 días, parte de un tercero y parte de un cuarto día y ya no lo has vuelto a tocar. Entonces, ¿quieres vender acá por una ganancia de 10%? Si compraste esto para el portafolio a largo plazo, y esto es algo que les tengo que decir, si están intentando hacer eso y tradearlo en este tiempo, en este tipo de temporalidades, nunca les va a funcionar lo que están haciendo, lo que están buscando. Nunca. Porque una cosa es comprar a largo plazo y esperar a este tipo de oportunidades tan grandes que puede haber, y la otra es, voy a tradearlo. Pues, güey, hubieras usado apalancamiento para tradear la zona, ¿no? Pero en vez, te estás metiendo sin apalancamiento, vas a salirte de tu buena posición. ¿Y qué tal si esta chingadera simplemente se va por encima de 100? Puede volver a caer más o menos por acá, porque esto, más o menos, es más, 88 podría ser la zona donde encuentre propulsión, o aquí arriba en 93, ¿eh? Cualquiera de estas dos zonas, 93 u 88, es donde probablemente encuentre fuerza para rebotar a la alza. Y ahora, güey, si Bitcoin vuelve a caer de aquí a diciembre y la chingada, yo no, la idea es quítate el estrés, ¿no? En lo que todo el mundo ahorita está esperando comprar 53. Una vez más, quiero que piensen una vez más, ¿qué tan lejos está 53 de los 57 que ya vimos? $4,000 de una cosa que valía 126. ¿Vale la pena estar estresado a ver si llega a ese nivel? No. ¿Me entiendes? Puede ser lo que quieras, tío, pero técnicamente hablando esto no tiene sentido en ese trade que estás diciendo. Ok. Apple for a trade.
Okay, cool. Let's see that.
That's for me, no?
No, Alex, because he didn't.
Yeah, I sent you a question. Apple, nice. Yeah, Apple is a pretty easy perspective. Everyone blames the headlines, but Apple, before the headline came out of them raising prices or whatever caused the dump, looked like this. This just looked like daily distribution to me, not accumulation. With even just the daily 34 getting lost, a retest of that all the way down to your 100, where actually ETA got a very nice TP zone here. So where are we now? Well, you had a gap. We've gap filled. This looks like it's still producing a lower high. Daily could be bull trapping here, maybe higher low, higher high maybe. But if you look at like the 2-day, it becomes still clear this is in lower high posturing. Lower low, lower high. So the higher time frames will make it more clear. Median retest as well. And remember, you haven't tested this median since it got lost in June. So quite a while, honestly, and just on the 2-day perspective. So where are we? Well, as long as you are in a 2-day downtrend, the trade is always going to still be more down for Apple. I am looking really at shorts in this region, 295, maybe up to 300. And you're going to have your stop loss at basically 302. That's a nice conservative stop loss. 302, you start taking out these highs, you're going to break out. On Apple, you even have a clear target around 307.80 to around 312, so testing this high. But as long as you are producing a lower high, you have to be wondering if the lower high is going to be an easy gauge on the 2-day median. That has just, like I mentioned, got retested since the loss of June. And so now this is saying, okay, we should at minimum see a move back to 285. The 2-day 34 was resistance. If you close today back above it, I'd want to see that retested. And again, rejecting the 2-day median gives you a setup down to the bottom 38.2%. So I would be looking for a short actually here. Current market price, you could have your stop loss around 302, we said. So it's about almost 3%, but then you could have a TP at about 3%. I know it's not the best risk to reward, but the idea is that you do start breaking down from here. This is a 2-day lower high. That's the basis of the trade. And you do make the lower low coming in closer around 9%.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
That red candle, the bottom of that red candle was when they pull out the bad news.
Oh, I see. So this is when actually the headlines came out.
Yeah.
And then we've just moved up.
So that was so that people wouldn't get on Apple.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And you are in a daily buy trigger. It's just the fact that the trend and also the gap fill here on the daily. It's why I'm not really holding weight on the daily, but the 2-day seems more clear. And once you actually take out these highs at like 302, you are now shifting back up. You're back above the median. Look at the 2-day median. I mean, it got a reclaim. It held. And then Apple started to move up. 2-day uptrend was the key. So I'm for longing Apple. I just want to really see the trend shift on the 2-day and or even just this 2-day median reclaim, because the basis of it is maybe the median is going to help us find some kind of lower high. But regardless, if we do end up dumping, my target is at 269. That's basically where I'm looking for a bottom on Apple, around this region here, before, even moving up to a new high. And why? Because that's just sitting right near where the monthly 9 is. And look at Apple. I mean, this is clear as day uptrend on a monthly. The 2-day can look a little weak, 2-day downtrend, but yeah, overall the chart is bullish, and it is saying, this could start moving up to that 308 if it wants to go up to the monthly median, or it could even go back down to 260. So that's why I think the daily perspective will be your friend, along with the 2-day perspective. And as long as the daily and 2-day are in downtrends, you're looking for a lower high. Lower low should be brought to you around 269. And really, as long as you're holding above 260, I am looking at this pullback as kind of an opportunity zone. And you're just potentially getting some kind of monthly higher low. And look at even the quarterly. You literally could just get a quarterly 5 retest before going to a new high, which would just be the median, which is actually exactly what happened last time. Quarterly, so we closed, we opened, we tested the 5, and then that 5 held and took us to the median, which was a new all-time high. 6 months, yeah, but it could mean this and then new all-time high. There's your 6-month trade in 2027 maybe. So remember, trade though. So 2-day downtrend, look for that move, rejection around 295 to 296. Have your stop at 302, have your first TP right into 285. And then once you lose your 2-day EMA 34, confluence of your EMA 100, that's at 267. There you should find a nice bottoming zone. And that gives you at least a 9-10% trade on Apple. So then that 3% stop loss doesn't look too bad, actually, if you end up going down to the zone. That's all I see on Apple, though. I'll be wrong, though, on this. If you break these highs at 302, most likely then Apple will make a new all-time high in this zone.
Perfect. Thank you. Apple, te voy a enseñar algo rápido para que lo tengan en mente. Y esto es algo que les va a servir en el futuro. Esto, cuando estaba el precio aquí abajo, fue cuando te dijeron que Apple iba a subir los precios, que todo el mundo lo vio como bajista. Cuando el precio estaba acá, ¿qué te quiere decir eso? Cuando te dan malas noticias y estás acá y después ves esto, ¿qué es? Que no quieren que compres. ¿Por qué? Para que no te trepes a la subida. Ahora lo vamos a poder analizar y vamos a ver si funciona. Otra cosa es, habíamos usado esta zona para ver altos y hacer cortos todo este tiempo. Esta zona hubiera funcionado como long. Veniste a hacer un retesteo alcista en esta zona de soporte. ¿Ok? Lo puedes ver acá. Sí tuviste el cierre por debajo, pero, tío, nada es perfecto, ¿no? Y luego se fue para arriba. Lo puedes ver acá. En una tendencia diaria, definitivamente estás cayendo, ¿no? Lo puedes ver claramente como el agua. Y es fácil. ¿Qué te queda más cerca? ¿De aquí a acá o de aquí a acá? Pues de ahí al tope. Si vas a entrar en algún tipo de trade acá, debería ser como un corto, ¿no? El problema es que estás por encima del promedio del 21 y del 34. El que lo pierdas y lo vengas a volver a retestear es lo que deberías de hacerle corto acá e invalidarlo con el tope de esta vela, esté donde esté. O puedes meterte machín ahorita, que no sería, en mi opinión, la mejor opción. Te metes acá donde estás y lo invalidas acá en los 302. Primero, antes de hacer un trade, recuerden de preguntar, voy a hacer un trade. Véanlo en la diaria, ve dónde está el precio y di, ¿dónde lo voy a invalidar si es corto? Aquí arriba. ¿Dónde lo voy a invalidar si es long? Aquí abajo. ¿Cuál es el porcentaje? 2,84%. Y el otro, 7%. ¿Cuál te da más probabilidad de tenerla bien? Pues, güey, el corto, ¿no? Porque si la cagas acá en long, tu invalidación va a estar brutalmente abajo de irte en long si esta chingadera baja. Pero en corto solamente es 3%. Entonces lo puede ser acá, puede ser el retesteo de la ruptura del 34, que es la línea blanca, cuando te lleves la línea blanca que está básicamente aquí. Vini, cállate. Aquí. Cuando rompas la línea blanca y puedes usar esto invalidación, ahí te dejaría usar muchísimo más apalancamiento, porque si te metes en el retesteo de esta línea y lo vas a invalidar acá, sería solamente 1,26% en vez del doble. Pero te puedes meter acá, invalidarlo aquí arriba y tu zona de TP, tu take profit estaría en el SMA 200 diario, aquí abajo, que no lo tocas desde marzo, ¿no? Pero lo que parece acá es que lo tocaste, tenías más debilidad y ahora tienes más fuerza porque no lo tocaste. Entonces, como les digo, no sé. A mí lo que me dicta todo es eso. Si me dieron malas noticias y estaba aquí abajo, si me dieron malas noticias en strategy y estaba aquí abajo, eso para mí es cuando huele a que va a subir la cosa. Y si te dan buenas noticias, recuerda, Oracle. Güey, qué chingón, compramos TikTok. A la verga. Ok. What's next? Let me see. Google.
Alrighty, for trade or investment?
It doesn't fucking say, so you pick.
Alrighty.
Probably for a trade. I doubt they're investing.
Yeah, we don't have any investors.
Yeah. And if we do, then they want to sell their position and trade it after they bought like what seems to be the bottom. So fuck me, right?
We cater to degenerates, not the Warren Buffett types.
That's mostly right.
All right. So 2A currently is now flipping back up on Google, now getting out of the bearish control zone. We are taking out these previous highs on momentum, while price is still making a lower high, giving you possibility of hidden bearish divergence with volatility now at extreme lows. We are also getting a rejection from the median, which is at $358. And if you could continue to reject from the median, this closes in about 2.5 hours, you are likely going to come down and at least test this 38.2%. And at that point, this is going to be easier to confirm this divergence, because whatever this candle's low is going to be the confirmation point for that divergence. And then once that confirms, that gives you a move down to somewhere around $330 to $325. Although more likely this is going to eventually come down to tap this 100 EMA, wherever it is at that time. Going to the daily. Daily is also getting a rejection from 38.2%. I want to watch how this ends up closing. If this does close, this is going to give you that short trigger, and let's see if I can find a better stop loss in the lower time frames. Momentum on the daily is currently flipped up with volatility contracting, and the daily jewels losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral or in the bearish control zone. So if this does, well, this currently is taking out these previous highs, which is kind of putting in some possible hidden bearish divergence. If this does continue to reject this region, then on this next candle, I would then short this any retest into this 38.2% around 300 and like anywhere around high 350s, and put this candle's high as a stop loss at $360, and then from there TP1 is going to be this bottom 38.2% at around $345, and then number 2 is going to be around $330, and then number 3 is going to be at this 200 SMA, but I front run it and put it around $320, lining up at this 95%. Now let's go into the RSI and see if that lines up. Google it. Today's about to put in fresh hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm in about 2.5 hours with the close over 352 or about 353. You're about $2 over that, so you do have to. You're right on the edge. Let me zoom in here, and this would target the simple moving average, which is going to move down, and right now it's at 370. So maybe it moves down to somewhere around 360, maybe it moves down to 350s, and we've already hit it. We won't know until the close. Daily's got bullish divergence. You have tapped the easy target, which is the neutral zone. 12 hours also got bullish divergence. You've tapped the easy target, neutral zone. 8 hours got bullish divergence. You've hit the easy target. 4 hours got a local bottom. You've hit the bullish control zone. Now you're putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 352.43. 2 hours got a target of the bullish control zone at 350. See if there's any low time frame divergence. I would just put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. You do have a silver cross to the downside, and you're already below the 9, I believe. Let me zoom in a little bit. No, you're bouncing right off the 9 currently. The hourly hidden bearish divergence would have a minimum target of the bullish control zone. Let me zoom in here. Have you hit it? You've come very close to hitting it. That currently sits at around 355. And you got hidden bullish divergence here. Target's around $360. So let me go into the momentum, and then we'll wrap it off. Cool. I'm going to delete this. Google is currently flipped up on the 2-day, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 355.12. And let me zoom in here. This is a higher low, along with a higher low price, so there's no divergence. Daily is also flipped up. Daily is putting in some bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 340. And 4 hours currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 335. 2 hours now flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 358. So basically the same idea as before, is that you would short anywhere close to from this region from 355 to 360s, and you'd have your stop loss here at this wick high at around $369. Nice number, 370, 369, and from there you'd be targeting your first low at around $330 first TP, and then the next level is going to be around that $320 E region, which is front running that 200 SMA, which is currently at 315.
Thank you. Alex, can you do the QQQ before you go, just so we can finish this for a trade?
Yeah, yeah, let me get that. I see. Slightly red. So the QQQ is looking interesting to me because you are just still producing lower highs here. We did have a TP1 on our QQQ short. But actually, now that I see, this could be in a whole other short positioning. You're basically looking for 730 to 731 short entry. You have two options for a stop loss. It could be yesterday's high at 737.40 or like 738, a little higher. Or even here, the last major lower high at 745. The idea would be this would be the more conservative stop loss. Should be shorting here in anticipation for a move back down to 715. This is where the big spot is for QQQQ. 715 is where bulls' hopes, dreams, and aspirations lie. They want to spring to new all-time high, and this was just something more than like a channel before compression, before we make a new all-time high on QQQ. Versus bears simply want this daily EMA 34 to finally get lost, and we get the expansion down to that 670 zone. I do believe this will be a major zone for QQQ. Once you lose, call it 714 for 2 to 3 closures, something like this, I do believe you'll aggressively drop to the 670 mark. But I am expecting that to be a big bounce zone. I mean, you have to put a lot of weight on that. You've had a lot of chop off the daily 34, and we know the EMA 100 is a massive zone for any chart, because that's what really dictates if you're going to the SMA 200, which is massively low at 630. And you see the reclaim got you this epic bull market move. So we should be looking at the retest as just a massive opportunity zone. That doesn't mean we can't hit it. I mean, we absolutely can if we start rejecting here today. So we'll look for a rejection. Watch 714 very carefully, because if you lose this daily 34, that'll be a whole short trade in itself. Conservative shorts will play this, but remember, they'll always run with either a stop loss here or here. You have options. 738 to 745, entries at basically here to 730, targeting 714. Once you lose 714, you can then, I guess, reshort or even add on size. The only way I'll become bullish on QQQ is if you get back above June 22nd's wick high. I know that's like obvious because that's very near an all-time high, but then that'll stop looking like this was a massive top for me. So I am watching for this to start rolling over, and if QQQ is going to be bullish, it should get out of this really sneaky price divergence we're forming, which is still bearish and still playing into the downtrend, at least on the 2-day. So that's all I have on QQQ. More likely a short. I'd be looking for a short in this exact zone.
Perfecto. Thank you. All righty, boys. We're done. Is there anything you'd like to add before you go?
For me, I would watch Bitcoin around that $60,000 region, 60,000 to 60,500. If you can start getting over there, then maybe you got a shot at going to 62s, but don't really see getting higher than 62s. Currently, you've already filled out that average move of the bull moon. So from here, I can see it going down now with the rejection at 60,000. Once you get solid loss of $60,000.
Okay. Yeah, same with me, honestly. Big spot at that 60,700. And if you end up really taking out yesterday's low, most likely then a just continuation down to 49.
Perfecto. Well, thank you so much, boys. Enjoy your day.
Yeah,
I'll
you
see you
really
on
are.
Friday.
Boys on Viernes.
Disfruten tus días.
Su día.
Su días.
There you go. Enjoy. Thank you.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, cabrones. Cochiloco signing out.
Bye. Voy a ver rápido Google para que lo vean. Conectando simplemente este máximo por acá, puedes ver que estás en una tendencia bajista. Pero de nuevo, habíamos dicho, ¿no? Cuando a Paco le dijeron que todo estaba bien, venimos acá y acá fue donde Paco, bueno, acá dijimos el mercado va a corregir y acá a Paco le dijeron que, cabrón, al revés. A Paco le dicen que todo está bien, el mercado corrige y después le dicen a Paco que es el fin del mundo y no lo es al revés. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estás viendo? Aquí, ya meterte en cortos en este punto, en Google, suena algo riesgoso, pero es el único trade que tienes, ¿no? Porque ¿cómo te vas a meter en un long en esta zona? Y te está rechazando efectivamente ahorita esto, quieras o no, ¿no? Sencillo. En Google básicamente te metes donde estás y puedes invalidarlo de 3 formas. El alto del día de hoy, el alto del 18 de junio, acá, o el más conservador, este. Yo diría, si tienes cualquier cierre de 4 horas por encima del promedio del 34 que está aquí en los 360, también te puede salir. Te estoy dando 4 invalidaciones en ese corto. ¿Ok? Y ahora voy a ir al QQQ, que es idéntico. porque es básicamente lo mismo. En el QQQ tienes este tope con esto, justamente ahí, ¿no? Lo puedes ver perfectamente. Acá te puedes meter, ¿no? Porque podrías argumentar que este fue el tope, te puedes meter e invalidarlo con el alto de esta vela, con el alto de esta vela en 7.37 o con el alto de esta vela en 7.45. Te llevas esto y vas a ser un nuevo máximo histórico en el QQQ. Sé que suena muy pendejo, pero ese sí es pendejo lo que se trata trading. La cosa es saber tener disciplina y, y también ver cuando te dan buenas y malas noticias, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que quiere decir con todo esto? Me gusta lo que estoy viendo en todas las tablas hasta ahorita. Buenos pompazos. Palantir, tíos. Habíamos visto Palantir. Era una muy buena zona de compra, muy cantado por acá también. Ya estabas bastante abajo relativo a todo lo que había caído antes. Roblox, excelente zona de compra justamente acá, el fondo del fondo, para después justamente retestar acá. Probablemente vuelvas a la zona de los 50 para continuar para arriba. ¿Qué tanto? Depende de lo que pase, de lo que habíamos estado platicando. Si vamos a tener un mercado alcista de verdad, yo esperaría que esto regrese por acá y retome este nivel. Pero yo lo que creo es que de aquí a diciembre esto va a ir para acá para después rechazar y hacer un alto más bajo. Y esto nos podría llevar a un mercado bajista que en total duró 2 años o más, dependiendo qué acción estés viendo. ¿Por qué digo eso? Porque cuando volteo a ver a Meta, ¿dónde está pinche Meta de cagada? Ah, en las 7 magníficas. Cuando volteo a ver a Meta, por ejemplo, no me sorprendería ver que Meta hiciera esto, y que aquí se pare y caiga en diciembre, en enero. ¿Me entienden? Que es lo que más o menos me estoy cuidando si es que va a pasar con Bitcoin. Y yo creo que Bitcoin nos va a decir eso. Si Bitcoin se comporta anormal comparado con otros años, vamos a saber que es literalmente un rally para salirte. ¿Me entiendes? Porque eso quiere decir que vamos a tener otro año de caídas. Pero por ahora te están dando el rally, tío. Te están dando todo lo que pedías. Les conté, la idea es que te digan que te convenzan que la inflación nunca más va a bajar, que van a subir los tipos. ¿Qué es lo que pasa cuando te meten en ese sentimiento negativo? Lo contrario. Y después, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar? Efectivamente van a bajar los tipos y todo esto naturalmente, pero eso podría ser peligroso con el dólar poniéndose fuerte, mínimo al principio. Y es en lo que estoy yo contando hasta ahorita. Todavía continúo con lo que estoy viendo. Y Solana, pues trae mucha fuerza, tío. Mucha fuerza. A mí se me hace muy raro eso. Esto que estamos viendo en Solana. ¿Por qué Solana está marcando un fondo ahorita? También esto es algo que les había dicho. Solana en la diaria, vamos a ver si en la semanal. En la semanal, por ejemplo, Solana acá, que tiene su divergencia alcista, no había tocado, no sé por qué tengo a Disney en las 7 magníficas. Buena observación, Elías. Solana acá había tocado el fondo del RSI que tocó cuando hizo fondo en diciembre del 2022. Acá. Es más, este fue el fondo del 2022 en $8. Este fue el fondo ahorita de Solana en 60 o 58, lo que haya sido. Y en realidad, este fue el fondo acá. Y esta es tu divergencia alcista en la semanal. Y eso normalmente ha acabado, si es confirmado, este fin de semana. Tío, por eso les digo, esta semana, si no cae todo, puede que hayamos visto el fondo por un rato. No voy a decir que ya totalmente, pero por un rato. ¿Por qué? Porque lo único que tiene que hacer Solana es cerrar por encima de esta zona. Y ya lo está haciendo. Si Solana confirma la divergencia alcista en la semanal, eso normalmente es un fondo. Y eso fue lo que fue el fondo del 2022. Lo voy a tomar como lo mismo. Y Bitcoin puede, pero a Bitcoin le toma mucho más. Bitcoin tiene que venir hasta acá. O sea, para de verdad confirmar fuertemente esa subida. Lo primero que va a tener que hacer es confirmar por aquí y ya después acá en los 87. Pero de nuevo, estás metido en las cosas que estábamos viendo nosotros Strategy 13% para arriba. Este tipo de acciones es lo que quiero ver. Y sobre todo, Strategy también tiene una divergencia alcista, tío. Y la divergencia alcista de Strategy se confirma arriba de los 134. No, en realidad arriba de esta vela. De los 114, 116. Entonces, empiezas a ver estas cosas y dices, Y también, ¿no? Tenemos unos objetivos muy dramáticos acá. Personalmente, yo he aprendido de mis errores, ¿no? Es lo que creo. Tienes un nuevo mínimo acá, cuando en Coinbase no hiciste, cuando en Coinbase literalmente acá en el RSI, no, Coinbase no lo tienes. No, sí, qué pendejo soy. El mínimo de acá es más alto que este. Entonces, no sé, tío, se empieza a ver como diferentes cosas. Circle sigue en la mierda, ¿eh? Aquí Circle yo todavía me estoy esperando. Todavía no me vienen a insultar los güeyes de XRP. Ya los vi ayer, antier, andaba uno de los güeyes más pendejos que he leído en mi vida. Les puso una gran explicación hecha por inteligencia artificial, obviamente, de la nueva moneda de... Saludos a la comunidad de XRP. Los quiero mucho. No tengo nada por cierto, muchos creen, ¿por qué Alejandro no sé qué? No, y mucha gente dice, no entiende, no entiende. Está perfecto. No los quiero convencer de mi religión. Solamente les estoy diciendo, ustedes me ayudan muchísimo a guiar lo que estoy haciendo. Es todo. Y así es como yo les debería de ayudar, porque estamos claramente en lo contrario, ¿no? En la idea contraria. Pero no tiene nada de malo. Ustedes crean lo que ustedes crean, yo creo lo que yo creo, y a fin de cuentas vamos a ver cómo juega todo esto. No, tengo tiempo. Yo tengo tiempo, no tengo prisa. Y tampoco quiero probarle a nadie nada. Yo solamente quiero hacer dinero, tíos. Y hasta ahorita me han funcionado mis locuras, entonces voy a seguir usando mis locuras. Acá el doc me había dicho que tengo gota en el pie. No tengo gota en el pie, no tengo el rojo, no tengo nada de eso. Nada de eso. Me tomé ahorita un antidesinflamatorio, se me bajó cabrón el dolor. Normalmente no tomo medicina, pero ahorita ya puedo mover el pie. Es lo de los tendones. Lo sé porque hago demasiado ejercicio de brincar. Lo había sentido, no sé, igual y, por cierto, puede que me lo haya lastimado porque cuando hago pesas para atrás, me estoy echando para atrás con los dedos del pie, es con lo primero que agarro mis pies. Entonces puede que me lo haya lastimado así, eh, etcétera. Pero tengo todo, o sea, entiendo lo que dices, sé lo que es gota. También lo volví a buscar, no tengo esos síntomas, no estoy deshidratado, no tengo... Güey, soy un Bitcoiner. Estoy muy bien hidratado, muy bien nutrido, estoy asoleado, no tengo esos problemas, ¿ok? Pero gracias por la recomendación, se aprecia, mi estimado. No voy a subir cuando voy a comprar cosas, ya les dije, no me interesa que me copien, quiero que aprendan ustedes a ver cuando salen malas noticias. Todavía voy y les pongo, ¿no? Ayer salieron malas noticias de Circle. Les voy a preguntar algo, ¿agregaron a Circle o no? Si ayer no agregaste a Circle, viste el tweet, ¿no? Y estás escuchando a estas personas. Denme un segundo, lo voy a poner ahorita en pantalla para que lo tengamos acá. Circle, ve dónde está. ¿Ok? De donde estaba ayer, aquí, el tweet más o menos sale por acá. Pero vamos a ser buenos y darle esto. De aquí a mínimo son 22%. ¿No? La pregunta es, ¿agregaste aquí o no? Y obviamente, si agregaste más abajo, 20%. 20%. Ponte tu quita y pone 20%. ¿Agregaste o compraste tu primera posición aquí en Circle, sí o no? Y si no, déjame te pregunto, ¿cuál es tu objetivo entonces? 50, que lo tocaste, pero por nada una vez. 33, 21. A mí me gustó ver malas noticias de Circle. Y una vez más, Circle y Coinbase van de la mano. El hecho de que nadie se preocupa por entender esto. Se los digo de corazón, nadie lo entiende. Nadie lo entiende. Hay gente que estaba diciendo cuando anunciaron la moneda de BlackRock y Coinbase y todo esto, güey, ¿por qué Coinbase destruiría su negocio? Esa es una, ¿no? Dos, había gente diciendo, esa es la CBDC, esa es las, tienes que ser un puto animal. Segundo, y todavía no entienden lo que está pasando. Es básicamente eso, no entienden lo que está pasando. Vamos a digitalizar no el dólar, la deuda del dólar. La deuda que se usa para emitir dólares. El problema para el gobierno de Estados Unidos que tiene de que no quieren comprar su deuda y quiere financiarse, esto lo soluciona. Las monedas estables como Tether y USDC lo soluciona. ¿Ok? Circle, Coinbase, tienen un permiso porque son un banco. ¿Ok? Y con ese permiso están yendo con Tesla, con Verizon, con Google, con todas las empresas y les están diciendo, carnales, yo les pongo toda la infraestructura de sus monedas estables y ustedes déjense ir como gorda en tobogán. Pero me necesitan a mí porque no quieres volverte un banco, Tesla, porque no quieres volverte un banco, Google, porque no quieres volverte un banco. Y ellos simplemente ponen la infraestructura, que es una estupidez, y se llevan una comisión pequeñita de toda la tesorería gringa que estas empresas compren, que sea comprada por los usuarios. Mi apuesta es en yo entender lo que vale ese permiso que tiene Coinbase con Circle para poder hacer esto por otros. El volumen total de transacciones que van a tener a través de las monedas de todo el mundo va a ser eso. ¿Ok? No es que, güey, XRP está listo para hacer la tokenización de todo el mundo real. Primero tokenicemos el dinero, donde ya hay leyes para ello. Después, cuando empecemos a sacar leyes para tokenizar real world assets, porque no hay leyes para eso todavía. No las hay. No vienen en el Clarity Act y no vienen en el Genius Act. Que no te vean la cara de pendejo, tío. ¿Ok? Una vez más. Pero si es una ley, ¿por qué no todo el mundo lo sabe? Todo el mundo votó porque los vagabundos en California explotaran y que nos pudieran hacer lo que sea y que se pudieran meter a tu casa y violar a tu hermana Susanita. Porque así de pendejos somos. Por eso no me importa tu puta monedita, sea la que sea, no estoy hablando solamente de XRP. Me mandan, güey, ¿qué? Entonces no crees que esto puede ser. Cómprala, güey. Cómprala para que aprendas. No es lo que yo digo siempre. No te estoy diciendo, hazme caso. Pero a mí no me intentan convencer. Yo no lo estoy intentando convencer. Este es mi punto. Pero a lo que voy es, si estás invirtiendo en esto conmigo, es porque tú tienes convicción en lo que estoy diciendo. Pero si no entiendes esto, tío, no entiendes lo que estás haciendo. Y te van a chingar la lana en cuanto algo se vea mal, porque dices, no, güey, este güey se equivocó a la verga. Y de repente te van a dar el calón, como al imbécil que les dije ahorita en Discord, que agarró y vendió todos sus solamis en $70 porque creyó que íbamos a bajar. Y ahora está esperando a que baje otra vez Solana cuando tiene una posible divergencia alcista en la semanal que marca el fondo de todo eso con la trimestral de la dominancia de Bitcoin a punto de caer, que fue lo que marcó el mercado alcista de las altcoins, literalmente alt season en el 2021. Es lo que te va a pasar si no entiendes lo que estás haciendo. Lo he explicado a más no poder. Si no entiendes lo que te estoy diciendo, búscalo hasta que lo entiendas. Y si de plano no lo entiendes, tal vez no inviertas en cosas que no entiendas para que cuando venga el momento de la verdad no te espanten. Es la idea, tío. Para mí lo importante es que no te espanten cuando vengan a espantar a todos. Que si crees en Apple, que vengan y que te digan, güey, Apple está anunciando que va a subir los precios, entiendas lo que significa. ¿Me entiendes? Es lo que yo quiero. Yo quiero que ustedes aprendan y tomen sus putas mismas decisiones. ¿Ok? Es todo lo que estoy buscando. Es todo lo que estoy buscando. ¿Por qué no volverse un banco como Starbucks y cosas así? La cosa para muchos de ellos es, no es nada más volverte un banco, son todos los permisos, bla, bla, bla. Al principio, ¿por qué irías por todo este tipo de regulación cuando lo único que estás ofreciendo, y esto es lo que son monedas estables y ustedes tienen que comprenderlo, son cuando juntas tu tarjeta de crédito junto con transacciones más rápidas, ¿no? En blockchain y un reward system. ¿Por qué vergas te convertirías en un banco para darle beneficios a tus usuarios? Verizon, alguien de ustedes me lo mandó ayer, déjame ver, no lo voy a encontrar porque tengo todas las mentadas de madre de todos los ecuatorianos. Espérenme. De lo de México, un segundo. Me encanta que crean que me importa. Me fascina, denme un segundo. Wow. Estoy picando el culo, es todo. Me da igual. Así que no vengan, no se me vengan a imputar. Vamos a ver si lo puedo encontrar. Estaba por aquí. Aquí está. A ver. Redeem your rewards, ¿no? Cuando pagas tu cuenta, te van a quitar $8. Once you start getting your Verizon dollars, una vez que te empiecen a dar tus dólares de Verizon, puedes gastarlos como vayas o los puedes ahorrar. Y ahora, vean esto. Tus dólares de Verizon expiran en 12 meses. Y te pueden dar descuentos en todo esto. En Wayfair, en Starbucks, en Sephora, en Target. Esto, gracias mi estimado Eduardo Andrade que me lo mandó, esto es el juego de las monedas estables. Cuando vayas a comprar un Tesla, te van a decir, güey, compra tus putas monedas de Tesla, el dólar de Tesla, que va a ser válido por un año, y con ello te vamos a dar un 10% de descuento en el coche, o te vamos a regalar esto, o te vamos a regalar el otro. Quiero que entiendan esto. A ti no te cuesta nada convertir tu dólar normal por un dólar de Verizon. No te cuesta nada convertir tu dólar de Verizon en un dólar de Tesla. No te cuesta nada. Y te van a dar todos estos descuentos, tíos. ¿Ok? Es justamente esto por lo que yo estoy apostando. Y una vez más, estoy seguro que eventualmente va a haber lo de la tokenización de real world assets, etcétera. Pero, güey, eso todavía no está. Si estás parado en medio del mar con binoculares, apenas puedes ver la isla que está lo más lejos posible, apenas se va a tokenizar el dinero. No puedes ver al otro lado del mundo con esos binoculares, cabrón, para que veas dónde se va a tokenizar todas las cosas. Eso es lo que nadie comprende, que se están poniendo como locos. Y no necesitas una cripto que es el intermediario de todas las demás criptos entre un país y otro. Esa es la cosa más estúpida que he escuchado en mi vida. Si vas a mandar dinero de Estados Unidos a Japón en USDT, lo haces por la cadena de Ethereum y llega. Por USDC, lo haces por la cadena de Ethereum y llega. Por USDT o USDC en XRP, lo haces por la cadena XRP y llega a Japón. No necesitas nada en medio de esas transacciones. Es la cosa más estúpida que he escuchado en toda mi vida. En toda mi vida. La gran mayoría de todos los canales cripto, porque este no es un canal cripto. Nada. La gran mayoría, si es que no, 99.9% de todos los canales criptos son canales de hopium, son canales de compra esto porque yo ya caí en esto y güey, estoy súper hypeado con esta idea. Y el hype de una persona es lo que, y la avaricia de los demás es lo que se los lleva a todos al ruedo y la aniquilación total de todos. para mí, cripto es lo más negativo que existe en el planeta para nuestro sistema financiero, porque literalmente es lo que habíamos dicho que no queríamos, ¿no? El rastreo completo de todo nuestro bla, bla, bla. No, no estoy hypeándolo, no, güey, qué chingón que lo vamos a hacer, ¿no? Pueden ver lo de X-Money, lo que está haciendo Elon. Es lo que les dije, es una pasarela de pagos, es una vía de pagos como la que hay en WeChat y en Weibo, en pinche China. No tiene nada que ver con cripto. Transacciones instantáneas, también tienes reward, todo este pedo, ¿no? Pero ¿quién tiene el control sobre todo ese dinero? Elon Musk. Acá, ¿quién tiene el control sobre todo este dinero? El gobierno de Estados Unidos, porque son los que ponen todas las reglas para todas las monedas estables, que son CBDCs. Tienes que ser un animal para no entender eso. Y ya, entonces, ¿soy alcista en control de gobierno? No, soy alcista en el diablo porque el diablo es el que más dinero hace en esta realidad. Si no, nunca hubiera apostado en Oclo. Oclo, mi única apuesta es Sam Altman. A Sam Altman le dan lo que quiera, tío. Y Oclo se fue de $8 a ¿cuánto? ¿A casi 200? ¿No? ¿O qué fue lo que fue? Una mamada eso. Aquí está Oclo. $193, perdón. De $5 a $193. Nada mal. ¿Pero por qué? Porque es Sam Altman, tíos. Es el diablo. ¿No? Trabaja para el diablo, con el diablo. Como Peter Thiel con, güey, los demás que están ahorita comprando, ¿no? Güey, deberías abrirte una página en Rumble porque ahí sí te dejan libertad de expresión. Peter Thiel es el dueño de eso. Tienes que ser un puto animal. Un animal para caer en esas mamadas. ¿Voy a apostar al diablo para hacer dinero? Sí, tristemente sí. Y es literalmente lo que es cripto. No tiene nada de innovación, no tiene nada de wow, qué chingón es necesario. Es literalmente para que inteligencia artificial, que han tenido por años, pueda ahora más eminentemente y con mucha más claridad, pueda contar hasta el último centavo que te gastes para que ellos puedan hacer más dinero, sea parte del gobierno, sea en transacción, lo que quieras. Y también para detenerte de decir cosas que no debes de. Como ahorita lo tienen más fácil. Ahorita lo que buscan es simplemente contenido. ¿Saben quién es David Icke? ¿No? David Icke, que habla de los lagartos y de todas estas pendejadas según todo el mundo. ¿Por qué esconde Google en YouTube a David Icke? Y no es que, no, yo literalmente tuve, esto me acuerdo perfectamente, no me acuerdo cuándo lo hice, hace unos meses. Busqué unos videos de David Icke, quería ver qué opinaba de una cosa. Y lo encontré y me metí a su canal. No acabé el video. Al día siguiente me meto en mi computadora y normalmente cuando te metes y buscas el video de alguien, y esto me lo hacen a mí también, cuando te metes y te buscas el video de alguien, te aparece en tu feed todo el tiempo. ¿No? Abres la página de YouTube y te aparece, güey, acabas de ver un video, ponte tu veo veo F Total, ¿no? Fórmula 1 Noticias. Le pico un video, güey, YouTube quiere que me mame toda su librería cada que abro la computadora. Cada que abro la computadora. Me meto a ver un video de, ¿cómo se llama? De los arqueólogos, de no sé qué. Güey, YouTube quiere que me mame toda su librería. Me meto a ver un podcast de Joe Rogan, que no lo he hecho en un chingo de tiempo, y YouTube quiere que me mame toda su librería. Pero David Icke, me metí literalmente una semana entera a buscarlo, porque lo tengo que buscar. Me meto, veo el video, bla, bla, bla. Nunca me lo ha enseñado de la nada. Nunca. Nunca. Así es como te censuran. No te cierran el canal, no te hacen nada, no te ponen un pedo gigante. Simplemente, güey, la gente ya no tiene esa costumbre de buscar. La gente se mete y es lo que te metan en el culo de acuerdo al feed, ¿no? Es lo que hacen ahorita para poder callar a la gente. El siguiente paso es te desmonetizan tus redes sociales. Porque dice, güey, no quieres jugar como toda la sociedad y decir todas las pendejadas que la sociedad creen y seguir las reglas de esta estupidez. Pues te quito tu dinero. ¿Qué vas a hacer sin dinero y sin redes sociales si nadie te puede encontrar, no? Y eso es lo que le están haciendo a todos. Por eso todo el mundo tiene la misma personalidad, por eso todo el mundo está haciendo las mismas cosas todo el tiempo, sea consciente o inconsciente. La manera de controlar a un ser humano es controlarlo a través de ser juzgado. Esa es la primera cosa. El miedo más grande que tiene un ser humano es ser juzgado. El segundo es morirse. Búsquenlo. Sí, psicológicamente, el miedo al rechazo te lleva a morirte. Entonces, el miedo más inmediato del ser humano es el miedo al rechazo de la sociedad. Si yo digo algo que los demás no están de acuerdo con o me salgo de la norma, eso quiere decir que entonces me van a exiliar, y si me exilian, ¿cómo voy a coger? ¿Cómo voy a comer? Me voy a morir. Entonces, todo el mundo tiene que hacer lo mismo todo el tiempo y estar dentro de las normas y pensar lo mismo, porque si no, y te atreves a pensar fuera de, te vuelves un raro, y en cuanto todo el mundo te voltea a ver y que eres un pinche raro, pues, güey, ¿cómo vas a comer? ¿Cómo vas a vivir? ¿Cómo vas a coger? ¿Cómo vas a no morirte? De acuerdo a los miedos que tiene tu cuerpo, ¿no? Cripto ayuda un chingo a seguir esto mucho más grande. Pero una vez más, no soy alcista en cripto. Cripto es una mierda. Pero chingo a mi madre si no va a ser dinero. ¿Por qué? Porque es la forma más sencilla de agarrar al güey más tonto y avaro, que es la trampa, de una de las trampas más grandes de esta realidad también, para meterlos. Yo ya no apuesto en cosas, apuesto en la estupidez o el comportamiento predecible de la gente que no tiene cerebro, que no tiene cerebro, pero no se ocupa de usarlo. Simplemente le implantan estas ideas todos los días. Y eso, una vez que lo entendí, me hace entender qué es lo que va a pasar. Y lo más raro es, mientras más títulos tiene el cabrón, ¿no? Más certero se cree con todo el conocimiento, menos sabe de la realidad, de la real realidad, no de la que te cuentan, de la real realidad. Y eso es lo que mantiene a todo el mundo en una cajita súper fácil de predecir. Súper fácil. La razón por la que no puedes trabajar conmigo si quieres hacer promociones para tu producto, lo que sea, ¿no? De acuerdo al nuevo estándar de marketing y todo eso, es porque soy impredecible. Porque no hay nadie que yo no trabajo para nadie. No tengo un jefe, no tengo alguien que me dice, güey, por favor, bájale de huevos. La última vez que alguien intentó hacer eso, despedida. ¿Por qué? Güey, yo no me hice rico para venir a que me digan cómo comportarme. Eso es lo que nunca entendí de la gente que compra Ferraris, por ejemplo, que le tienen que mamar la verga. Pon tú a Ferrari, a McLaren, a quien sea, le tienen que mamar la verga a la marca. Yo no me hice rico para mamarle la verga a nadie. Yo me hice rico para no tener que lidiar con nadie. Es un comportamiento muy extraño de la sociedad en sí, pero todo el mundo todo el mundo lo tiene y la gente más rica todavía lo tiene. Los güeyes esos que tienen miles de millones de dólares, que van de podcast en podcast en podcast porque tienen que, y hacen videos en TikTok, y hacen colaboraciones. Will Smith haciendo colaboraciones con TikTokers y la verga. Güey, tienes todo en este planeta. Ve a chingar a tu puta madre y diviértete, güey. ¿Por qué estás desesperado por más? Cuando crecen, ustedes de verdad no creen en esto, la gran mayoría de ustedes. Pero esa gente es pobre. Esa gente es muy pobre, que tienes que trabajar. Tienes que estar y sacrificar el tiempo con tu familia. Tienes que sacrificar el tiempo de hacer lo que quieres. Tienes que sacrificar el tiempo de pasarla con gente que de verdad quieres en vez de con los que tienes que estar para que te pase lo siguiente y la verga. Para tener más cuando ya tienes todo, tienes que ser un pinche animal más pendejo que una vaca, güey. Más pendejo que una vaca. Pero es lo que busca esta sociedad. Y cripto, para todo lo que se refiere a finanzas y poder censurar a la gente y poder seguirlos de aquí al fin del mundo, es lo mejor que existe. Y por ende, entendiendo que el próximo ciclo de cripto tiene que ser efervescente, tiene que explotar a la alza, tiene que ser muy, muy, muy llamativo para todo el mundo. Es por eso que estoy aquí. Y ahora, les dije, no sé si vaya a ser para arriba y después para abajo y luego el súper para arriba, o si ahorita nos vamos definitivamente de lado, nos vamos ya al súper para arriba. No sé, voy a estar tanteándolo de acuerdo a lo que les dicen a todos ustedes y cómo reaccionan. Pero está cerca ese pedo. Y no es que lo necesite, pero es la manera correcta de hacer que todo el mundo se meta a algo. La gente cree que estos güeyes trabajan en un plan malévolo y que te van a quitar toda la energía y no puede. Quiero que entiendan esto para la gente que son doomers, ¿no? De güey, tienes que tener una granja y todo esto. No tienes que tener una granja para nada. Si el mundo se acaba, yo quiero irme con el fin del mundo. No me interesa quedarme aquí en una puta granja. ¿Por qué? Porque si yo tengo una granjita muy bonita, va a haber un chingo de pinches hijos de su puta madre que vengan con pistolas a matarme para quitarme mi granjita muy bonita. Estupidez más grande del planeta. Si el mundo se acaba, no quieres tener oro, plata o Bitcoin. Porque si el mundo se acaba, vale verga todo eso. Son narrativas súper estúpidas. Es ridículo que en el 2026 sigamos cayendo en ellas. Les van a dar un apagón y el apagón los va, no sé qué. Güey, lo que menos quiere el gobierno es que pierdas fe en que ellos pueden mantener solamente la luz. Van a cerrar las cuentas de banco y quitarle el dinero a todos. Si hacen eso, perderían la fe todo el mundo en el banco y en lo que les están diciendo. No buscan eso. Lo que buscan es atraerte a algo que ellos crearon, cripto, decirte, güey, ve qué chingón, el güey más pendejo que conoces se volvió rico con esto. Tú también puedes ser multimillonario con esto y es lo que quieres, ¿no? Sí, después voy a ir a todos los podcasts que pueda. Perfecto. Compra todo este cripto. Así es como funciona este pedo, tíos. No funciona con planes malévolos, ¿no? Una vez más, el estudio de la geopolítica, y créanme que yo estaba obsesionado con ello, el estudio de la geopolítica es el estudio de obras de teatro. ¿Estudiarías la historia de obras de teatro? Más allá de, güey, el teatro está chingón. No. Pero ahí está todo, no, es que los españoles, y bueno, aquí están haciendo esto, tío, todo es un puto show. Todo es un puto show. Todos son amigos. Todo le pertenece a los mismos güeyes. Todo. No, es que vamos a ir a una guerra nuclear con China, pero ahí traemos al pinche chino de mierda, con todo el respeto de Xi Jinping. Traemos al pinche Xi Jinping a que venga a juntarse con los güeyes más poderosos de todo el mundo en tecnología. Y luego se los llevamos también a China, pero ahí te están diciendo que va a haber una guerra con ellos, güey. No mamen, no, que es que Estados Unidos, sí, güey, te está contando a ti que Estados Unidos es la putita de Israel. Sí, qué bueno que te enteraste de algo que literalmente lleva siglos ocurriendo. Da igual, ¿y qué puedes hacer? La lista de Epstein, güey, tenemos, probablemente lo que está pasando es que están escondiendo la lista de Epstein. La lista de Epstein te la dieron los güeyes que salen en la lista de Epstein, güey. ¿Qué tan pendejo tienes que ser para no entender eso? Cripto fue creado por probablemente el gobierno de Estados Unidos o cualquier otro, el güey que esté a cargo de todo este desmadre y todo este show, ¿ok? No me importa quién sea porque da igual, pero tiene un propósito, poder seguir todas las putas transacciones y cancelarte cuando quiera y también, del otro lado, hacer a la gente más rica del mundo todavía más rica, más rápido y más eficientemente. Ese es el propósito de cripto. Imprimo dinero, normalmente se los doy a ustedes y ustedes me lo regresan, pero ahora puedo imprimir este dinero digitalmente, mandártelo a tu correo, te llega en un email tu dinero digital y te digo, güey, véalo a gastar a todas estas tiendas que aprobé, porque son mías o de mis cuates. Y tienes un mes para gastártelo. Si no expira. Y así te doy dinero para que me lo des de vuelta y no cuestiones que me estoy dando dinero a mí mismo. Güey, por favor. Las pendejadas que creemos. Y los entiendo, yo también creía todas esas mamadas. Pero una vez que lo ves, es imposible no verlo. Es la cosa más estúpida del planeta. Y es por eso también, no me gusta pelearme ya con nadie. No, de verdad, de corazón. Estoy jodiendo con lo de Ecuador porque está divertido el pedo y la narrativa. Güey, No me importa, ¿no? Porque ¿cuál es tu opinión entonces de lo que le hizo México a los jugadores de Ecuador? Me da igual, güey. Yo no quiero que ustedes se peleen entre ustedes por esas estupideces. Ellos están buscando que ustedes se peleen entre ustedes con todas esas estupideces. A mí me da igual. Me da igual todo. Soy indiferente en todo. Todo. No tengo una opinión política, no tengo una opinión de nada. Es qué chingón, güey. Lo único que quiero entender es cómo ustedes reaccionan para, tristemente, quitarle el dinero de las manos a la gente que no comprende lo que están vendiendo. Es como cuando voy a comprar un coche, ¿no? Vas a comprar un coche y se lo vas a comprar. Imagínate que un viejito en medio de la nada encontró en su rancho un coche que está todo oxidado. Y tú vas pasando de casualidad y lo ves y reconoces, güey, ese es un coche que vale 30 millones de dólares a la verga. Y dices al viejito, güey, ¿cuánto quieres por este pedazo de metal? Y el viejito se voltea y te dice, güey, pinche pedazo de metal, con que te lo lleves, te lo doy. ¿No vas a llevarte el pinche coche? Claro que sí, güey, es lo mismo. Así que soy completamente indiferente en todas estas pendejadas, tíos. No tengo puntos de vista, soy un pinche anormal, un idiota, un drogadicto, se me quemó el cerebro por toda la marihuana, lo que ustedes quieran. Pero esto me funciona a mí y lo voy a seguir usando, porque es así de fácil. Así que por eso estoy en cripto. No porque sea la vanguardia del planeta y la verga, como ustedes lo ven y ustedes les han lavado la cabeza. Te estás peleando, no, es que Xarpi, ¿tú crees que yo le voy a Team Ethereum? ¿No? Y que tengo banderas de Ethereum en mi casa y cosas así. Güey, en cuanto Ethereum haga lo que estoy esperando que haga, me voy a ir a la verga a buscar otra cosa. Me da igual, completamente igual. Lo mismo con Tesla, tío. Elon Musk no paga mis cuentas. Lo mismo con Lucid, lo mismo con Rivian. Me burlé de Lucid todo el tiempo en lo que caía. Y ahora espero y creo que sí compramos el fondo. Vamos a ver. Pero pues Lucid, después de unas reídas, ¿no? Unas risas que nos dimos con ellos, nos van a dar cientos de miles de dólares y todo sale bien, ¿no? Bien, qué chingón. Y ya. Y lo mismo con cripto. Antes querías jugar, holdear con cojones, es la mejor cosa que puedo comprar el Bitcoin. Por eso me cago de risa tanto de los Bitcoiners, ¿no? No quiero que se emputen, pero vean lo obvio y lo pendejo que es, que se tienen lavados de la cabeza creyéndose que son mejores que todos. No, es que yo estoy muy asoleado y yo reconozco los problemas ante el sistema fiat, porque un billonario que sigue haciendo podcast me lo ha dicho sin parar, güey. Güey, qué bueno que mi pie ya se siente mejor. Qué bueno que mi pie ya se siente mejor. En fin, es todo lo que tengo para ustedes. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Cuídense mucho y pues gracias por estar aquí y aguantar estas pendejadas, ¿no? Que a mí sí me divierten mucho. Gracias de nuevo.